were looking. She lowered it, forcing herself to speak more calmly. "No, honestly, I think that's too drastic. I was thinking about it in the shower this morning. I want to take it to Dr. Myers. He's my professor, and it says in the handbook that he's first port of call for any pastoral issues." "Dr. Myers?" Emily looked doubtful. "Isn't he that creepy one? The guy who's always inviting students up to his room?" "He's had a couple of parties," Hannah said wearily. "April and I went to one. It wasn't exactly Sodom and Gomorrah." "Okay, so we'll go to him. Ready?" Hannah opened her mouth and then stopped. She wasn't ready. She probably wouldn't ever be ready. But she could see that Emily wasn't going to let her off the hook. Some 15 minutes later, they were standing outside Dr. Myers's office door, listening to noises from within. "He's with someone," Hannah whispered. "We should come back." But before Emily could answer, the door opened, and a girl Hannah recognized from Dr. Myers's party came out, swishing her long dark hair over one shoulder as she passed them in the hall. "Have a good break, Dr. M," she said over her shoulder. "Au revoir, Ruby," Dr. Myers called after her. "Until next year." "Ah, Hannah," he said in slight surprise. "We don't have a tutorial this week due to exams. Had you forgotten?" "No," Hannah said reluctantly. "I hadn't forgotten. And if now isn't a good time..." "Hannah wanted to speak to you about something," Emily cut in. "Something important. Do you have 10 minutes, Dr. Myers?" 10 minutes? Dr. Myers looked at his watch and then nodded. "Yes, 10 minutes I can do. Come in." He stood back and Hannah and Emily edged past him into the little office. The blinds were drawn against the summer sun, casting the room into pools of light and shadow. Hannah perched, rather nervously, on the edge of the chair she used in tutorials, letting her hair fall around her face, while Emily took the armchair in the corner and folded her arms with a grim expression. "What can I help you with, Hannah?" Dr. Myers said pleasantly. Hannah felt a flutter in her gut at the thought of what she might be about to set in motion, but then steeled herself. John Neville had gone too far this time. She had to say something. "It's about one of the porters," she said. Her throat was dry and she swallowed, wishing she'd had something to drink at breakfast other than strong coffee. "John Neville, he's the very tall one." "Yes, I know Mr. Neville," Dr. Myers said, frowning, as if he didn't understand quite where all this was leading. "He caught me last night climbing over the wall behind clothes," Hannah said. Her heart was beating fast. "And he rugby tackled me to the ground. She swallowed again. It felt like something was blocking her throat, making it hard to breathe. "He threw himself on top of me. I couldn't move. It was..." She stopped, unable to think how to go on. "It was..." She managed again and then shut her eyes. "Hannah's hurt, Dr. Myers," Emily broke in furiously. "Look at her face. It was totally disproportionate, and it's part of a pattern of really threatening behaviour towards Hannah, and..." "Ladies, hold up, Dr. Myers said, raising a hand. "What's this about your face, Hannah?" Reluctantly, Hannah pulled back the curtain of hair shielding her bruised cheek and leaned forwards into the pool of sunlight. Dr. Myers looked at the marks in silence for a few moments, and then folded his arms. "I see. Run me through what happened, step by step, Hannah. You were climbing over the wall. Why were you climbing over the wall? I didn't, Hannah started and then stopped. She had been going to say, I didn't want Neville to see me going through the lodge, but now she was worried that would sound like she had a pre-existing grudge against Neville. It was a shortcut, she finished rather lamely. The closed gate was shut. Very well. So you climbed the wall, and what happened next? I was climbing down the other side, and I felt someone grab my ankle. Someone? You didn't know it was Neville at first? No, I didn't know it was him. At first, it was dark, and I was scared, so I kicked out and ran away. And he ran after you? Yes, he called out something like stop or stop trespass. I can't remember. Very well. And then what happened? He caught up with me by the cloisters, Hannah said. The words felt thick in her mouth. She heard again Neville's pounding footsteps behind her, the whiplash sensation as he grabbed her collar, jerking her back. He grabbed my coat, and then tripped me, and I fell, and he threw himself on top of me. He had his arm across the back of my neck. I couldn't... Her breath was coming fast. Her heart was knocking in her ears. I couldn't breathe. I started to see stars. And then? And then someone else came along and said something like, what's going on? And he stood up and I just ran. I was so scared. But you saw it was him? When he tripped me, yes, I knew it was him. Her voice was shaking now. She felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. I'm absolutely certain it was him. I recognized his voice and his... She stopped. She couldn't bring herself to say, his smell. It implied a level of intimacy she wished she didn't have. And there was someone else there, she said instead, stumbling over the words. A man, I think it was a member of college staff. Whoever it was spoke to Neville. He'll corroborate my story, confirm it definitely was Neville who tackled me. And it's not just my face, look. She stood up, yanking at the hem of her shirt, pulling it up to show her torso. The scarlet scrapes, fast darkening into blotched purple bruises. Look, I'm not making this up. Behind her, Hannah heard Emily suck in her breath at the sight of her battered ribs, and she let the t-shirt drop and sat back down, her cheeks flaming. Well, look... Let me say, first and foremost, I'm absolutely not trying to cast doubt on what you experienced, Dr. Myers said slowly. He stood up, too, pacing to the window as if trying to give himself time to consider his response. It sounds, well, deeply unpleasant, and I'm not at all surprised you're shaken up by it. But I'm just trying to understand the sequence of events from Neville's perspective. You say yourself that you didn't realize it was Neville until he tackled you? And, Hannah said angrily. She took a shaky breath, realizing that her voice had become shriller and more accusatory than she meant it to be. No, she said, more evenly. No, that's correct, I didn't. So it's very likely that Neville didn't recognize you either. He simply saw someone breaking into the college and, quite properly, asked them to stop, and then pursued them when they didn't. Dr. Myers, did you see those bruises? Emily said, standing up in her turn. Her voice was calm, but dangerously so, and Hannah could tell she was only just keeping her temper in check. And have you seen Hannah's face? He didn't just pursue her. He leaped on top of a defenseless female student and ground her face into the dirt until she couldn't speak. And more to the point, this isn't the first time that he's targeted Hannah. In fact, well, that's just it. Dr. Myers broke in. "That's what I'm trying to understand here, because obviously if you're saying Ms. "Emily Lipman," Emily said shortly. "Ms. Lipman, that this is part of a pattern of inappropriate behavior, that's quite a serious allegation. But I can't see how this fits with that. From Hannah's own admission, it was a very dark night, and she didn't recognize Neville until he was actually tackling her. I'm not sure, under those circumstances, how Neville was supposed to have been targeting Hannah specifically. As far as I can see, he just tackled a supposed intruder. Maybe a little harder than necessary, but—" "He broke into my room," Hannah said. Her heart was thumping. "He came into my room while I was out." "And did anything inappropriate happen while he was there?" "Fuck inappropriate! He shouldn't have been in a goddamn student's room in the first place," Emily shouted. Dr. Myers's face changed at that. He held up a hand. "Ms. Lipman, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to request that you lower your voice, and if you swear at me again, I will be asking you to leave this office. It's Hannah's account I would like to hear. Hannah, did anything happen when he came to your room?" "He said he had a parcel," Hannah said. Her throat was dry, and she looked away from Dr. Myers now, out of the window. Her eyes were prickling again, and she blinked hard, trying to squeeze back the tears that were threatening to fall. She would not cry in front of Dr. Myers. "He wouldn't give it to me when I asked." "And did he have a parcel?" Hannah said nothing. She shut her eyes and nodded. "Well," Dr. Myers said in a slightly brisker, "I'm sympathetic, but this interview is coming to a close" tone. "I'm very sorry you've had what was clearly a very unpleasant experience, but can I suggest that in the meantime you refrain from climbing over college walls and enter in the appropriate way like everyone else? Now, I'll speak to Mr. Neville about this." "What?" Hannah broke in, horrified. "No! Please, no! Don't tell him I told you all this." "Well, I can't address these allegations without hearing Mr. Neville's account of what happened," Dr. Myers said. His expression was exasperated now, the sympathy receding further, and he paced to the window, turning his back on them both, before returning to the desk to perch on the corner, one thigh hooked over the edge, smiling with what was clearly an effort at being conspicuously understanding. "Look, Hannah, the bottom line is I can take this further, if you would like me to, but not without talking to Mr. Neville to hear his version of events. Which is it to be?" Hannah looked at Emily. She had her arms folded across her chest, plainly only just containing her fury, but didn't speak, only raised her shoulders in a tight, "this is your decision" kind of way. Shit. Dr. Myers consulted his watch. He did not make a pretense of hiding it. "Can I think about it?" Hannah asked. Her voice sounded small and uncertain in her own ears. It did not sound like the voice of someone making a credible accusation. "Certainly." Dr. Myers stood up again, all warmth and bonhomie now. "Take your time." He moved to the door, plainly signalling that the interview was over. "Now, if you'll forgive me, I have to prepare for my 10 o'clock. I'll look forward to seeing you for our final tutorial next week, Hannah. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Ms. Lipman." But as they filed out into the corridor, Hannah knew with a depressing certainty that one thing was sure. She would not be back to Dr. Myers's tutorial next week. In fact, she wasn't sure if she could ever face him again. After. On the train back to Edinburgh, she sits and stares out the window, replaying Ryan's words over and over. Is this a joke? A pregnancy test. A positive pregnancy test. It's nothing she didn't know from her conversation with Geraint, but somehow, hearing it from Ryan's mouth, was it real? She could have drawn it on with a biro for all I knew. Fuck. Fuck. She rubs her face. Part of her wants to scrub away the memory of the conversation and all the poisonous suspicions it stirred up, but she knows she can't. Not just because she can't think of anything else, but because even if she were given the choice of magically erasing Ryan's words from her memory, she wouldn't do it. She can't let this go. Because whether or not it's true, whether or not even April, inveterate practical joker, would have been cruel enough to play this unforgivably harrowing hoax on Ryan, it is a missing piece of the puzzle which has finally turned up, out of the blue, throwing the whole existing pattern out of alignment. A positive pregnancy test, real or not, is exactly what was missing from the case against Neville. It is a motive. And not just for Ryan. It is a motive for Will. And for anyone else who was sleeping with April. Hannah remembers again the noises coming from behind that closed bedroom door, the morning after the premiere of April's play. And more than ever, she wishes that she had stopped, pulled back that door, and put a face to whoever was in there. Because it wasn't Ryan, that much she is sure of, or at least as sure as she can be without asking him outright. Not just because of the way he reacted on the first night of the play, pulling away from April as if reluctant to touch her, but because of what he said in their conversation just now. She texted me the morning after that first night. If April were in bed with Ryan, why would she text him with the news just an hour or so later? It wouldn't be plausible. To go from carefree, noisy sex to a pregnancy test in a single morning. Ryan wouldn't have been taken in. He would have wondered why she hadn't raised her worries just an hour or so earlier. But if it wasn't Ryan, then who? Will is the next most obvious candidate, but Hannah isn't sure about him either. There was something wrong that night of the play. Some kind of reserve or antagonism between him and April that didn't seem to mesh with the loud, performative sounds coming through the wall the following morning. And, though it makes her flush to think of it, Hannah knows what Will sounds like during sex, both now and then. She watches the countryside rippling hypnotically past the window, thinking about her husband. Thinking about the way he holds himself over her, bracing his weight on his forearms, staring into her eyes, silent, concentrated, attentive. He doesn't whimper and grunt and thrash about like someone in a blue movie. Why? Why didn't she stay behind that morning? Why didn't she curl up and wait in the living room armchair to see who exactly came out of April's bedroom? Why didn't she confide in April what had happened? Because she was traumatized and in denial. Because she was recovering from, and now 10 years on she can say the words without feeling they are too strong, an assault. And because she didn't know. She had no idea how important that question would become. She didn't know that many years later so much would end up hanging on it. Her happiness, her future, her marriage. It is at that moment that the train goes into a tunnel and momentarily loses power. The lights in the carriage go out just for a second, and it's then that Hannah feels it. Something just below her belly, a flutter, like a bubble popping, or an elastic band snapping, or something small and slippery and feathered rippling inside her. She goes utterly still. She doesn't even breathe. And then the train comes out of the tunnel, and the carriage is flooded with light again, and she is left sitting perfectly still, her hand over her stomach, iridescent with happiness. And for the first time since John Neville died, she isn't thinking about April, or the past, or the fact that she may have condemned an innocent man to die in prison. She is thinking about her baby and the new life inside her. And her happiness is so intense that it hurts. Before. Well, fuck you. Well, fuck you. The voices came clear through the door of April's room, making Hannah wince, wondering if they knew she was sitting just on the other side of the wall, working on her final essay of the term. She thought about calling out, "Hey, some of us are trying to study," as a jokey way of alerting them to her presence, but before she could do so, the door to April's bedroom opened, and Will walked out, slamming it bad-temperedly behind him. "Oh," he had the grace to blush when he saw her sitting there. "Sorry, I didn't realise." "No! Gosh, I mean, it's fine," Hannah said. She put down the Fairy Queen and stood awkwardly, twisting her fingers together. "You weren't disturbing me." The lie makes her cheeks colour. "I mean, I should have moved. Are you okay?" was what she wanted to ask, but she wasn't sure if it sounded patronising or disloyal. She was supposed to be April's friend, April, who was probably listening from the other side of the doorway right now. She couldn't be seen to be taking Will's side. But Will was frowning, and now he came across the room to stand closer, looking at her with an unsettling intensity. "Hannah, what happened to your face?" Hannah felt a sinking feeling inside her. Was this how it was going to be for the next few days, having to tell the story over and over? Does it show? She knew she was evading the question, but she still hadn't made up her mind what to do about Neville. Could she really face taking it further? Will nodded. "I mean, it doesn't look terrible, but it does look like you had an argument with the door and lost." "That's pretty much it," Hannah said with a shaky laugh. It was another lie, or as near to one as made no odds. But she couldn't bear to tell Will the truth. His reaction would be worse than Emily's. She would probably get frog-marched down to see the master and have to face that exquisitely polite scepticism all over again. "Are you coming to April's closing night on Saturday?" she asked at last, more as a way of changing the subject than because she really wanted to know. Will's mouth twisted and his eyes met hers. "No, it's my mother's birthday weekend, and she's not... Well, never mind. That doesn't matter. The point is, I'm going home to Somerset. I'll be back Sunday. That's what we were... Well, you heard." For a minute they stood in silence, holding each other's gaze with an intensity that was almost painful. His eyes were a clear brown, like peat water. She could see a muscle move in the side of his jaw as he swallowed. He took a step towards her, one hand outstretched, and something shivered down her spine. A prickle of desire so strong it felt like water running over her skin. For a moment she thought he was going to touch her, but then involuntarily she glanced at April's closed bedroom door, And somehow that one simple thing broke the spell between them. Will dropped his eyes and took a step back as if he had only just remembered why he was here. "Well, see you around," he said, and then he was gone. There was a long pause, and then April's bedroom door opened. She was scowling, and Hannah had the strong impression that she had been listening and waiting for Will to leave. "Are you okay?" Hannah asked. "What happened?" "My so-called boyfriend's bloody mother is what happened," April said. She was tapping her foot, radiating a furious, wired energy. "How dare he! Saturday is the final night. He knows what that means to me, but no. Mummy's not well. Mummy's turning 50. Mummy must come first." She put on a whining, babyish voice for the last phrases that sounded so extremely un-Will that Hannah felt she ought to protest. One look at April's thunderous face made her reconsider. "He did come to the opening night," she ventured, but April rounded on her. "So? He's my bloody boyfriend. Or was. I'm seriously reconsidering, given he apparently doesn't give a wet fart about my feelings. The opening night is about the lowest possible bar. I mean, everyone came to the opening night, even Hugh, even sodding Emily. This is the most important thing I've ever done, Han. Is it too much to hope Will would come and support me instead of his hypochondriac mother?" His mother's ill, was what Hannah was thinking, but she could see instantly that there was no point in saying that to April. It would only fan her indignation. "Forget about him," she found herself saying instead. "I'll come on Saturday. And you know what? We'll do something afterwards. An after-party, a proper one. We'll have all the cast back here to the bar. We'll organise themed cocktails. The Medea! What should it be? Something bloody. Cranberry juice with vodka and grenadine." "Isn't that a sex on the beach?" April said. But Hannah could see she was softening, that the idea of an after-party was reeling her in. Her taut fury was relaxing a little, and she came around the side of the armchair and flung herself back into it, the springs squeaking. "An after-party would be pretty cool, though. You'd really do that? For me?" "Of course," Hannah said. She gave April a friendly punch on the arm. "You're my best friend." There was a moment's pause, and then April's face broke into a wide, beaming smile, that smile that felt like a megawatt spotlight had been turned on you. "You, Hannah Jones, are the bloody best, that's what you are." She stood, brushing down her skirt. "Right, coming down for supper?" "I can't," Hannah said bitterly. "I've got to finish this essay. I spent all week revising for prelims, and now I'm just so bloody knackered I can't think straight." April paused, looking at her, and then she said, a little smile flickering at the corner of her lips so that her dimple came and went, "I could help you with that, if you want." "Help with my essay?" Hannah looked up at her, frowning. "Have you read Spencer?" "No. I mean, help with the concentration." She turned and went back into her room, and Hannah heard her rummaging in the mess of her bedside table. Then she came out, 2 pills in the palm of her hand, holding them out towards Hannah. Hannah stared down at them. They were little capsules, half-coloured, half-clear, filled with what looked like dozens of tiny little balls inside. "What are they? Like Pro Plus or something?" "Pro Plus for grown-ups," April said. She gave that little half-smile again, the dimple coming and going in one check. "Go on, take them. There's plenty more where those came from. I mean, look, thanks. But honestly, I'm nearly there. I just need to nail this last paragraph and then I can turn it in. Okay, April said lightly. Suit yourself. She put the pills carelessly in her pocket and then picked up her coat. Oh, and vodka, cranberry, champagne, and crème de cassis. What? For the Medea. Vodka, cranberry, champagne, and crème de cassis in a champagne coupe with a maraschino cherry on top. You're on, Hannah said, and April smiled. After. On the walk back from the train station, Hannah calls Will. The baby moved. He's in the street. She can hear the background noises, the sound of a fire engine passing. What did you say? He raises his voice above the siren. Who's moving? Sorry, it's really loud. Not who. The baby. I felt it, Will. I felt our baby move. There is a split-second silence, and then she hears his incredulous, joyous laugh. It moved. You really felt it? Yes! Twice! I was on the way home and I felt it, Will. It was the strangest thing, like bubbles popping or something. It was so weird. Like, I've had things before where I wasn't sure, but this, it was so alien. I just knew. I knew it was him. Him? They haven't found out the sex. It was Hannah's decision more than Will's, a kind of superstition, although she can't put her finger on why she doesn't want to know. Or her, she blushes. It just feels weird to keep saying it when he's becoming a real person. I really want to feel it, he says, and she can hear the delighted grin in his voice. Do you think I'll be able to yet? I don't know. She puts her hand over her belly now, as if to test, but of course it's not moving. I'm not sure. Are you on your way home? Yeah, I knocked off early, he says. His voice changes and he sounds suddenly weary and pissed off. Work was a bitch. Do you think it's normal to hate your boss? Hannah bites her lip. Poor Will. He never wanted to be an accountant. He wanted to change the world, but he fell into this when he moved to Edinburgh, and now he can't afford to quit. I mean, I don't hate Kathy, she says a little lamely. There aren't many Kathys around, though, Will says. Not in accounting, anyway. And like my dad always used to say, if work was meant to be fun, people wouldn't pay you to do it. Hannah laughs at that, but when they have talked about supper and said their goodbyes, she puts her phone away with a sinking feeling. Will has always been the main wage earner. Accountancy just pays better than bookshop work, that's all there is to it. But now it feels like the pressure of her impending maternity leave is getting to him. She just doesn't know what to do about it. Can I feel it? Is it moving now? Will has taken the stairs 2 at a time, and now he pulls Hannah into a big bear hug, his leathers cool against her cheek. Hannah shakes her head. I don't think so. I can't feel him at the moment, but even if I could, I don't think you'd be able to tell anything from the outside. It's too soon. I think the book said it's normally about 6 months before the dad can feel any movement. He moved, Will says, as if trying out the words. He stands there, the huge foolish grin spreading across his face, like he doesn't know what to do with himself. And then he kisses her, as if he cannot contain himself, his hands on either side of her face, his lips cool against her warm ones. Our baby moved. Oh my God, Hannah, this is real. It's really happening. I know. She wants to tell him, but she doesn't. She just stands there, smiling back, feeling their shared happiness balloon between them, huge and fragile. "What's that smell?" he says now, breaking their reverie. "Oh, shit! The onions!" Hannah had forgotten in the excitement of hearing Will's feet on the stairs. "I'm making bolognese!" They go through to the kitchen, where Hannah peers into the pan, scraping the sticking onions off the bottom. "I think they'll be okay. Just a bit caramelized, maybe." "They'll be delicious," Will says reassuringly. "Hey, how was the appointment, by the way?" God, the appointment. It feels like 1,000,000 years ago, and for a moment Hannah has to struggle to remember what happened. "Oh, fine. I mean, not totally fine. I was still a bit up, but it's no big deal. They don't think it's preeclampsia or anything serious. I just probably need to de-stress a bit. The midwife wants me back next week, just to check." She pauses. This is the moment she has to say something about her visit to see Ryan, because she can't keep this from Will. It concerns him too. "I had a free day after the appointment," she says carefully, tipping the mince into the pan so that she doesn't have to look at him as she says the words. "So I called in to see Ryan." "Sorry?" Will cups his ear. The meat is spitting and hissing, making it hard to hear above the noise of frying. "Who did you see? I didn't catch what you said." "I went to see Ryan," she says more loudly. She puts down the spoon and turns around. "Ah, Ryan Coates." "Wait a second." Will is frowning. She can't quite read the expression on his face. It looks like disbelief, mixed with a kind of controlled annoyance he is trying not to show. A flush is climbing up from the collar of his biker jacket, staining his tanned cheeks. "You went all the way to York to see Ryan Coates, and you didn't tell me?" "It wasn't premeditated," she says quickly, though that's only half true. "I didn't even call ahead to warn Ryan. I got halfway there and realised he might be out. That part, at least, is right. But I had to. Will, I couldn't get what Geraint said out of my head, and I wanted to hear it from Ryan and find out whether Geraint was some kind of delusional stalker, or if he really is a mate of Ryan's. If he was making all this up, I needed to know, maybe even get the police involved." Will looks a little less blindsided, as if he can see the sense in this last part at least, but he's still shaking his head in bewilderment. "And you couldn't call? I mean, York? It's not exactly down the road, is it?" "It's not that far. It was actually really nice, just relaxing on the train, and I felt, I don't know, Will, I felt like I owed it to him to make the trip, to see him face to face rather than just ringing him up to pick his brains. I don't exactly feel proud of the amount of support we gave him after his stroke, do you?" Will has the grace to look slightly ashamed at this. He gives a very slight gesture with his head, halfway between a nod and a shake, not quite either, but she knows what he means. Yes, he can see her point. No, he isn't proud of his actions either. Ryan was a friend, one of their best friends. They owed him more. "How was he?" he says at last. He turns away and begins to shrug off his jacket, more for something to do, Hannah has the impression. The back of his neck is still flushed and red. "I mean, surprisingly good, actually," Hannah says. She looks at Will's back, at the shape of his shoulders beneath his shirt, trying to imagine him struck down overnight the way Ryan was. The idea gives her a sharp pain beneath her heart. He's still in a wheelchair, but his speech is amazing. Just a very slight slur, and he misses the odd word, but nothing major. I didn't see his kids, but they sound adorable. And Bella's clearly a keeper.
Yeah, Will says slowly. Yeah, he hit the jackpot with Bella all right. So, what did he say about that reporter bloke? And I take it you talked about... He swallows. About April?
Yeah, Hannah says. She sits down on a stool by the counter, rubbing her sore feet. Yeah, we did. He really does know Geraint, says he's a good bloke and that he shares some of Geraint's concerns. And he said... Oh, God, can she really say this? But she has to. She can't keep the conversation from Will, not when so much of it concerns him. It wouldn't be fair. He said he was sleeping with April. Did you know that?
I had a pretty good idea, Will says, very shortly. He moves across to the stove, taking over where she has left off. She can see that the muscles of his shoulders are tense beneath his shirt. And he confirmed that rumour I told you about last night, about the... She stops. This is so much harder than she thought it would be. How is telling the truth to the man she loves so difficult? About the pregnancy test. Will, she told Ryan she was pregnant. She said, at least, she implied it was his baby. Very slowly, the flush drains out of the back of Will's neck. For a long moment he just stands there, motionless, his shoulders sagging. Jesus. I know. There is a knot in her stomach. He doesn't know if she was telling the truth about the pregnancy, but she did say it. Why? Will says, and his voice is like a groan. Why would she lie to Ryan? No, I mean, why you, Hannah?
He puts down the spoon and turns to face her, and she sees that his face is pale and set.
Why are you doing this? Why now?
Why am I doing what? She cries, trying to find out the truth. Because Neville is dead, Will. Dead. And I have to know if I condemned an innocent man to die in prison. Don't you understand that?
No, I understand, he says.
He has himself under control now. The anguished note in his voice is gone, and when he speaks again, his words are almost unnaturally level, as if he's spelling something out to a small child.
In fact, I think it's you who doesn't understand, Hannah. Don't you see what you're doing? If Neville didn't do this, someone else did. Yes, Neville's dead, and you can't change that, so why can't you leave this alone?
She's staring at him now, as if a stranger is standing in the corner of her kitchen. Well, are you seriously saying that if April's murderer is still out there, you don't care?
I'm saying that April's murderer, as tried and convicted in law, died in prison, and that was the best thing for everyone. What good are you going to do by digging all this up, finding motives where there were none, and unearthing decade-old dirt? I mean, so what if April sent Ryan a pregnancy test? Are you really going to the police with that? For what? So that a bloke in a wheelchair with 2 little girls and a wife who adores him can rot in prison instead of John Neville?
I'm not saying
Ryan did it, Hannah says hotly, but Will interrupts her. Then who? Hugh? Emily? Me? Don't be stupid. You weren't even in college that night, Hannah snaps. But there were hundreds of other students and staff members who were, and who weren't investigated because of my evidence against Neville. I can't let that go, even if you don't give a toss about what happened to April. She shuts her mouth at that, and stands there panting, horrified at her own words. She knows she went too far with that. Will is not stupid, anything but, and he certainly cares about April, just as she does. She waits, expecting him to call her out on it, on the unfairness of what she just said, on her irresponsibility in pursuing this. She's waiting for him to call her selfish or obsessive, or to point out that she had no problem in letting Neville rot for 10 years, so why now? What does his death change? And she wouldn't be able to answer any of it, because if he said any of those things, he would be right. But he doesn't. He doesn't say anything at all. He just turns away from her, puts the pan back on the heat, and goes on stirring. Before. "She's coming," Hannah said to Ryan, looking up from her mobile phone. As promised, Hugh, stationed in a room above the porter's lodge, had texted her when the group of actors came in through the main gate. "They'll be here in 5. Someone turn off the music." "Where are you?" she texted to Emily as the lights dimmed. There was a kerfuffle behind the bar, and, in the nick of time, the sound of Beck's Odelay got muted and everyone went silent, or as close to silent as a room of fairly drunk students could pass for. "Turn the bloody lights back on," someone grumbled from the far side, but the barman shook his head good-naturedly. "Oh, give 'em a break. It's only 5 minutes, mate." They crouched there in a greenish darkness, lit only by the illumination from the fridges behind the bar and the glow from the emergency exit signs. There was a momentary squeak of excitement as the main door creaked open, but it was swiftly quelled by Hugh's voice whispering, "It's only me. They're right behind me," as he slipped in beside Hannah behind a table. The silence was thick with tension, and when Hannah's phone beeped, there was a gust of nervy laughter. Getting it out of her pocket was awkward, given her crouched position, but she knew it was probably Emily, hopefully on her way, but running late. It was Emily, but she wasn't running late. "Sorry, work." Hannah stared down at it, half shocked, half furious. Sorry, work was all Emily could manage. The exams were over. April was supposed to be her friend. But there was no time to compose a response. The door to the bar was swinging open once again, wide this time, letting in a gust of summer night air, and Hannah heard April's distinctively carrying tones. "And I said to him, that's a bloody joke and a half, and I'm not having it. Hey, what's happened to the lights?" "Surprise!" The shouts rang out across the room, and the lights came up. The little group of cast members were standing just inside the door in full costume, looking appropriately stunned. April was squealing and putting her hands to her face in a very good impression of someone who had no idea this was happening, even though, as Hannah knew full well, she had helped direct everything, from the guest list down to the exact proportions of the signature Medea cocktail. "Oh, my God," she was saying, hugging person after person, wiping away what Hannah was pretty sure were non-existent tears. "You guys! You didn't! I can't believe you did all this!" "Congratulations, April," Hannah said. "You were amazing, all of you." She walked across and gave April a hug, feeling the unfamiliar roughness of April's wig against her cheek, and very much hoping that the terracotta makeup wasn't coming off on her top.
"But especially you," she whispered.
"Bloody well done you, putting all this together," April whispered back. Then she pulled away and did a twirl, her toga fanning out as she did.
"Like the get-up?"
"Very much. I wasn't expecting you to be in full costume, though. What brought this on?"
"Well, it was already 9:30 when the curtain came down. I thought no point in wasting more time when we could be drinking. Lewis and Clem brought a change of clothes in a bag. I don't know about Roly or Joe."
"Do you want to go up and change?" Hannah asked. "We can hold off on the speeches until you get back."
"There are speeches?" April said in mock horror, and Hannah grinned.
"I'm joking."
"No, bring it on. I want all the glory. But no, don't worry, I'll go up in a sec. I want a drink before I do anything else. Where is my cocktail?"
"Come over here. I'll treat you and the other players to the first round."
"No," April said firmly. "I'm going to treat you." "Oi, gang!"
she hollered over the rising babble of voices and music, waving an arm at the little gaggle of actors.
"Come over to the bar. I want to buy you all a drink."
It was almost an hour later when April stood up from her seat at the head of the big table in the centre of the bar, swaying slightly. She was holding her phone in one hand and a champagne coupe in the other, and for a moment Hannah thought she was going to get up on the table, but she didn't. She only raised her voice above the sound of the hubbub.
"Attention, motherfuckers!" she called,
pointing round as the table of amused, slightly drunken faces turned towards her.
"I would like to propose a toast. This year is almost over, and it's been a hell of a start to the rest of our lives. Am I right?"
"Hear, hear!" called someone, and others raised their glasses.
"That old fart the master would probably tell you that coming to Pelham is about work or learning or some academic bullshit like that. But I'm here to tell you that's a lie. It isn't about work. It's about friendship."
Here she raised her glass to Hannah, and Hannah felt a flush rise up her cheeks.
"Because friends, good friends, are fucking hard to find," April said.
She was clearly very drunk, swaying slightly even, but she was holding it together.
"Friends who've got your back, friends who would never betray you. So when you find one, you have to hold on to that person. Am I right?"
"Yes," someone called from the other side of the table.
"Okay then, so that's my toast. To friends. To true friends," April said, and she held up her glass, spilling red juice down her arm.
"To true friends!" came back the roar from around the table. "To you, April," Hannah said, holding her own glass high, and April did a slightly theatrical bow, her wig slipping over one eye, and grinned back.
"And now, if you will forgive me, I am retiring to my boudoir to change," she announced.
"Isn't it rather late?" Hannah said doubtfully. "It's getting on for 11. They'll be chucking out soon."
"Not a bit of it," April said grandly. "And as for you," she stabbed a finger at Hannah, "none of your slipping off to bed while my back is turned, young lady. I'm coming back down to party on until I'm thrown out, and I'm expecting you all to be here. That goes for the rest of you, too," she said, swinging her gaze accusingly round the little crowd huddled around the table. "It's Saturday, And it's almost the end of term. You swats can afford to let your hair down for once." With that, and a dramatic swirl of her toga, she disappeared out the door. Hugh raised one eyebrow at Hannah, who laughed, feeling a little disloyal. I know. But you know what she's like. It is her big night. And she was so disappointed about Will not coming."
"I don't blame him for scarpering," Ryan muttered. "She's treated him like shit all this week." "Yeah, I gotta say, she may be a great actress, but she's a royal pain in the butt," one of the actors from the play said. Hannah wasn't sure of his name, but thought he might be the one April had referred to as Lewis. "A week was about all I could take of her. Respect to the dude who's put up with that drama queen for the best part of a year."
"Maybe they've broken up," Clem put in. Hannah had the impression that she was trying to steer the conversation away from April's failings. "I mean, that speech, all that stuff about friendship, it felt a bit sisters before misters to me. It's the kind of thing you say when you've just been dumped."
"Does that mean April's back on the market?" asked Rowley. "Should I join the queue? I mean, she's a pain, yeah, but she's still hot." "What do you mean, back on? The way I hear, she was never off it," his friend said, pulling a drolly, lecherous expression. They both burst out into guffaws of laughter, but Hannah wasn't laughing, nor, she saw, was Ryan. In fact, his face looked like thunder. Across the room, the first bell rang out, and Hannah stood up. "I'm going to the bar for last orders. Anyone want anything?" "I'll have a pint," Ryan said rather shortly. "Anyone else?" "I'll have a Guinness, Lewis said. Clem shook her head. "I'll have a bottle of something," said Rowley. He spoke like he was addressing a barmaid. "What have they got here, Sol? Estrella?" "I'll find out," Hannah said curtly. "I'll have a lager," Hugh said. "But let me come with you. You'll need a hand carrying." Hannah nodded, waited as Hugh extricated himself from the narrow bench, then turned and threaded her way through the crowded room to the bar. It was 3 minutes to 11, according to the clock over the counter. April had been gone for nearly 20 minutes, and the bar would be closing soon. It didn't take more than a couple of minutes to walk to New Quad and back. Add on a generous 10 to remove her wig and makeup. Had she changed her mind? Invited someone back to the room instead? "What can I get you?" the barman shouted across. Hannah raised her hand. "Hi, yes, I'm next," said a big bloke in a rugby shirt, shoving into the gap beside her. The second bell went, and Hannah made up her mind. "I think we've missed the boat," she said to Hugh. "Agreed. What are you going to do? Turn in?" Hannah nodded, and she and Hugh made their way back to the table, where Ryan and the others were still sitting. "I'm really sorry. I couldn't get near the bar." "Should have sent a bloke," said Lewis's friend. "You need a bit of muscle to make last orders." Hannah felt her smile thin. "I think I might turn in, actually. I'm really knackered. Sorry to be a party pooper. It was really nice to meet you guys," she said to the little group of actors. "Huh?" Ryan looked up from where he was deep in conversation with the guy Hannah vaguely recognised from Claude. "Sorry, what did you say?" "Well, that just makes you a fucking Marxist then, doesn't it?" the other man crowed, ignoring the interjection. "I'm heading back," Hannah said, raising her voice. "Sorry I didn't get your pint. I couldn't get served." "No worries," Ryan said. "Look, Rich, if you want to call basic redistributive fiscal policy Marxism—" "I'll, come with you," Hugh said to Hannah, rather diffidently. "Walk you over and all that." Hannah smiled at him gratefully. Since her encounter with Neville in the cloisters, she had found herself glancing over her shoulder more and more at night. Running footsteps behind her set her heart racing and her adrenaline spiking. And since Dr. Myers had announced his intention of speaking to Neville about the allegations, she had lived in real fear that he might have done so, with or without her permission. The possibility that Neville might seek her out to ask her what the hell she was playing at, accusing him of assault, was all too real. The idea of having someone to walk her was immensely comforting. "If you're sure, then yes, please, Hugh," she said. Hugh picked up his jacket from the bench, and together they forged their way towards the exit. They got there at the same time as a group of girls, and Hugh immediately stood back, opening the door for the first with a little bow. "Yeah, all right, mate," the girl said as she passed through. "I do have arms, you know. Christ, this isn't the 1920s anymore." They pushed past Hugh laughing and disappeared across the quad. "Thank you, Hugh," Hannah said apologetically as Hugh held the door open for her. The air outside was pleasantly cool and clear after the fog of the bar. "You're welcome," Hugh said, a little sadly, and Hannah felt a sudden wave of protective anger wash over her. Hugh was so nice. He had been the only person to notice she didn't want to walk back alone, and the only person who had been any real support in organising tonight, in spite of the fact that April certainly wasn't his best friend. In fact, she had always treated him with a kind of amused disdain, bossing him around, making him fetch and carry and generally do her bidding. And Hugh just put up with it, with that good-natured smile. And so what if his courtesies were old-fashioned? It was his way of trying to relate to girls. Not everyone could have Will's easy charm or pull off Ryan's goading banter. Holding a door open was hardly the crime of the century. She laced her arm through his, squeezing it affectionately as they began to trace the familiar route back along the gravelled path of Old Quad. It was hard to tell in the dim light from the moon and the lamps dotted around the quad, but she thought Hugh looked tired and drawn. "How are you doing? Are you okay?" "Oh, you know, all right," Hugh said. He gave a little deprecating shrug. "I have to be honest, I'm pretty stressed about the prelim results. I'm fairly sure I fluffed the paper I took after April's first night." "You are?" Hannah was surprised. She thought of Will saying Hugh was the brainiest chap in our year. "But, look, I'm sure you're worrying over nothing. Everyone always thinks they flunked until they get the results. It'll be fine." "Will it?"
Hugh's face twisted. He looked, Hannah thought with shock, as if he was trying to keep back tears.
"You know, they don't let you fail medicine. If you don't keep up, you're politely asked to leave this year. Well, it's been a bit of a shock, to be honest. Khan wasn't exactly tolerant of slackers, but it felt like the masters were on your side, helping you to keep up. Pelham, it just feels like you're struggling alone, afraid of letting everyone down. Do you know what I mean?"
Hannah said nothing. She wasn't sure what she could say. The truth was, she didn't feel that way, and she hadn't found the jump nearly as hard as she had feared. She had never felt particularly like anyone at Dodsworth was on her side. Sure, they wanted her to do well, but she was just one out of hundreds of students in her year, and she certainly didn't feel scared of letting anyone down. They were just delighted she had got this far. Of all the group, Hannah thought as they rounded the corner, she probably knew Hugh the least. Brash, witty Ryan, dry, sarcastic Emily. She had known them for less than a year, and yet it felt like a lifetime. She had heard their worn anecdotes, she knew their catchphrases, she had heard about their friends from home and their first times and their nightmare exes. With April, she shared the easy intimacy only roommates can, the person who sees you first thing in the morning, who hears you groaning over your essay, who knows when you've got period pains, who sees you swigging milk from the carton. Even Will, who was emotionally reserved in a way that the others were not, she knew about his time at boarding school, his militarily minded father, his soft-hearted mum, his acrimonious breakup with April's friend Olivia. She knew which tutors he hated and what he planned to specialise in next year. But Hugh, she had known none of what was going through his head until he told her. Now she felt a rush of sympathy for him, dealing with his academic worries by himself. Sure, he had Will, but Will had dozens of friends, and April, of course. Hugh had just one, and for the first time she realised how lonely it must be for him when Will was away, or wrapped up with April. "You should have said something," she said now. "I had no idea you were so worried. And why did you come to April's first night? You should have told her to piss off."
"Oh, well," Hugh's face twisted. She was so worked up, you know, and April, she's not very easy to say no to."
Hannah said nothing. That she could understand.
"I can't afford to cock this up," Hugh said as they passed underneath the Charwell Arch, which separated Old Quad from the Fellows' Garden. "My parents aren't well off, you know, not like Will's. My father's just GP, my mother's a stay-at-home mum. They really scrimped and saved to send me to private school, and Pelham, well, it's all they've ever wanted. My dad went here, and he was so proud when I got in after him. I'm an only child, so I'm all they've got. I can't let them down. I just can't."
"You won't," Hannah said, surprised by the desperation in his voice. She squeezed his arm, feeling his thin muscles tense beneath his jacket. "And you know what? Even if you have failed, which I don't think you have, so what? They'll still love you, won't they?" Hugh only shrugged again, and then, as if trying to change the subject, he cleared his throat and said, "I can feel your goose pimples. Do you want my jacket?" It was folded over his arm, and Hannah stopped, facing him, and touched his face for a moment. "Hugh, why are you so kind?" she asked, and Hugh gave a little shrug.
"I don't know. Just that kind of ass, I suppose."
"You're a lovely ass," Hannah said, and smiled. "And thank you." She took the jacket, slung it over her shoulders, and turned to face the Fellows' Garden, the grass silvered with dew. An idea occurred to her. "Do you fancy breaking the rules? It's the last week of term. They can hardly send us down." For a moment, Hugh didn't seem to understand what she was saying. Then his worried face broke into a smile.
"You're on."
They unlinked arms and ran across the pristine, untouched expanse, the dew-soaked grass soft beneath their feet. When they got to the other side, they were both breathless, and Hannah looked back and saw the imprints of their footsteps, a dark, guilty green against the pale, jewelled tips of the untouched blades, and stifled a sudden desire to laugh. As they passed through the wrought-iron gate into New Quad, she was grinning, and she opened her mouth to say something, later she could never remember what, and then stopped. A figure was coming out of one of the staircases. A figure that looked very like... It couldn't be. She stopped short. Hugh continued for a couple of paces and then realised that she had ground to a halt,
and turned to see what was wrong. "Hannah?" "Shh!" she hissed peremptorily, and then pointed to the other side of the quad. They were standing in the shadow of a tall yew, and she was fairly sure that they were not visible to the man opposite as he plodded slowly down the far side, making his way towards the cloisters. "You," she whispered urgently, trying to keep her voice low but loud enough for him to hear. "Hugh, is that Neville?" Hugh peered after the departing figure, then took off his glasses, wiped them on his shirt, and put them back on, squinting at the shape as it disappeared towards the cloister side of the quad. Could be. He's about the right build. Why?" "Because I'm fairly sure he was coming out of staircase 7. Out of my staircase," she spelled out, as Hugh looked at her blankly. "Do you think he was looking for you?" Hugh asked, after a long moment's pause. Hannah wrapped her arms around herself. Suddenly she was shivering, in spite of the balmy summer night. "I don't know." "I mean, he might have just been doing his rounds," Hugh said, rather lamely. "What rounds?" Hannah said. "What could he be doing, prowling around the staircases at this hour?" "Someone could have called him," Hugh said, but there was no conviction in his voice. Hannah's hands were trembling now, and she clamped them under her arms, trying to quell her rising unease. Suddenly, she just wanted to get home, back to her room where April would probably be slumped on the couch in full makeup, snoring her head off, and Hannah could lock the door and curl up under her duvet with the hottest hot water bottle she could manage. John Neville had passed out of sight now, at the far side of the quad beneath the cloisters, and without speaking, Hannah set off again, her pace quickening. Hugh, after a moment's hesitation, followed her at a jog. They skirted the quad in silence until they got to the foot of staircase 7. "Are you sure he came out of here?" Hugh asked at last, as Hannah stopped in the lighted shelter of the staircase, looking up at the darkness above. She shrugged. "I can't be certain, but I think so." "You really didn't see him coming out?" Hugh shook his head. "I'm quite short-sighted. I didn't see anything until after you pointed him out. Look, I'll wait until you're inside." "You don't have to. He's gone," Hannah began, but Hugh was shaking his head firmly. "No, I want to. Just send me a text when you're safely in, and then I'll go, but I'd rather know you're okay." He looked tense and worried, Hannah saw, the light from the staircase lamp casting ridged shadows onto a brow that looked too anxious and furrowed for a 19-year-old. "Okay," she said at last. The first step into the shadows was always the worst. It was like a leap of faith, stepping into the darkness of the stairwell before the sensor at the turn of the stairs caught your movement and the lights above flickered on. But as she climbed, Hannah found herself relaxing. There was something so familiar, so comforting about the smells and sounds of staircase 7. She could hear Henry Clayton's booming voice coming out from behind door 4. He and his neighbour Philip were obviously having one of their long-running political debates, which Hannah knew from experience would probably last until 3 a.m. On the landing below, someone was having a late-night shower, the smell of Dove body wash filtering up the stairwell along with the sound of splashing water. Dr. Myers's room was silent, but there was a glimmer of light showing under his door. He must be awake and probably marking papers. For some reason, the sight made Hannah feel better. So what if John Neville had been up here with another one of his lame excuses? April had probably told him to fuck off and sent him away with his tail between his legs. Her own door, though, was open, just very slightly. As if April had come back in a hurry and hadn't closed it firmly enough. It wasn't the first time she had left it ajar. It was something people did quite often if a roommate had forgotten a key, or just to signify that they were home and open for visitors. Not usually this late at night, though. Hannah put her hand to the door and stepped inside. And then... After. Hannah can't sleep. She lies there with her hand over her bump, listening to Will's steady breathing beside her, wondering if he too is awake, but she can't bring herself to ask. Instead, she runs over and over in her head the conversations of the day, her exchange with Ryan, the new spin he has put on the days running up to April's death, and her argument with Will before dinner. The thing is, she understands his point of view, his need to move on, put the past behind them. It's what she has wanted herself. Until now. But if her evidence put an innocent man in jail and led to a murderer walking free, well, she can't just accept that, no matter how much Will wants her to. She can't spend the rest of her life wondering if she got something so devastatingly wrong. She has to know. Now she lies there, straining her mind back to Pelham, trying to remember. If only she could recall the end of that night as clearly as the beginning, but it feels as if the shock did something to her brain, made it shut down, refused to remember what was in front of her eyes. Then it comes to her. Hugh. Hugh was there too. He saw as much as she did almost, and perhaps he remembers even more. She was the first one in that room with April, falling to her knees beside April's body, her screams tearing at her throat. But Hugh was the second. It was Hugh who tried mouth-to-mouth, not Hannah, pumping desperately at April's dead heart long after it was clear that she was gone. Perhaps Hugh remembers what she cannot. It is with that thought in her mind that Hannah rolls over and finally closes her eyes. She doesn't care what Will says. Tomorrow she will go to see Hugh. I'm going to see Hugh. She tries to drop it into conversation the next morning while cutting a bagel, as if it's no big deal. But of course Will knows what she's saying. This isn't a social call she's suggesting. Do you want to come? No. Will, look, you asked. He puts down his cup. And that's my answer. I don't want you digging into this. It's pointless, and it's upsetting for everyone. I can't stop you, but I'm not going to be part of it. So what will I tell Hugh when he wants to know why you're not there? Tell him what you like, Will says. He picks up his bag. It's your business, not mine. Fine. She struggles to keep a note of defiance out of her voice. But I'm still going. Fine. And then he turns and leaves, the front door banging behind him with a sound that sets the baby jumping in her belly. She hates it when they argue, and she knows that later she will text him an apology, try to make things right. But when she gets her phone out, it's Hugh's profile she clicks on WhatsApp. Hey, Hugh, she types. Fancy a coffee? She stops, reading the message back. Does it sound natural? It's not that it's odd for her to be meeting up with Hugh, exactly, but normally it's Will who does the running. For her to make the first contact without involving Will, well, it's unusual, and her message needs to acknowledge that without making a big deal out of it. I
talked to Ryan yesterday," she adds, "and he was asking how you were. Made me realise it's ages since we caught up. H. Kiss." Hannah's finger is hovering over the send button when her phone beeps, the leave for work reminder, and with a sudden burst of decision, she presses send, shoves her phone in her pocket, and switches off the coffee machine. She's halfway down the stairs to the front door, mentally running over her to-do list for the day when her phone buzzes, and she takes it out of her pocket. It's a reply from Hugh.
"Sure. What about a quick one after work? I should be free by 6.
Her face breaks into a smile of relief. "6 is great," she taps out. "Shall I call past your office?"
Typing, reads the header, and then Hugh's reply comes through. "Great. See you at 6. H. Kiss."
The day is blessedly busy, more like a Saturday than a Friday, to the point where at 3 p.m. Hannah realises that she hasn't taken a lunch break and is feeling light-headed with hunger. She gulps down a sandwich from the deli next door and then hurries back to help Robin with the queue. At 4:30, she's wondering if she is really going to be able to get away. It's still heaving and she can't leave Robin to deal with so many customers. It's not fair. One person can't manage both the till and a stream of inquiries, let alone if you need the loo or something. But at 5:30 the shop empties out as if the customers are obeying a magic command, and Robin looks up from where she's ringing up a lone woman's wrapping paper and sees Hannah surreptitiously checking the time on her phone. "You off?" "Well, it's 5:30, but—" "Are you sure?" Hannah asks. "It's been so crazy today." "I'll be fine. Look, everyone's gone home. £15.97. Thank you so much," she adds to the woman at the desk, who nods and gets out her debit card. "Well, if you're sure," Hannah says, "I'll be here a bit longer, so if there's a last-minute rush, I can still help." In the staff room, she puts on her coat. The face looking back at her from the mirror is pale and worried, and she wishes she had planned ahead, thought to bring makeup. She needs something to make her feel like she's ready to face Hugh. The only thing in her bag is an ancient lipstick, but it's better than nothing. Now, standing there, applying it in the cracked mirror over the sink, she thinks of April, doing her makeup at the crowded chest of drawers in her bedroom. "Seriously? The only lipstick I would wear is Chantecaille, Han. Or NARS, at a pinch. Number 7 just doesn't cut it. I mean, what's it made out of? Engine oil? And barely any pigment." Hannah looks down at the lipstick she's holding, the worn stub of the deep rose Chantecaille that April gave her for Christmas so long ago. And for a moment, the stabbing pain of the past feels very close and very real. She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath. Then she snaps the cap back on the lipstick, shoulders her bag, and shuts the door of the staff room behind her. "Big night out?" Robin says in surprise as she passes the till. Hannah smiles and shrugs. "Not really, just a quick drink with an old friend. But he's very smart. I always feel dowdy whenever we meet up. He's a cosmetic surgeon." "Probably earns a packet." Robin raises an eyebrow, and Hannah grins and nods. "Well, if he's single—" "He's single," Hannah says, but she can't imagine Hugh and Robin together. Truth to tell, she can't really imagine Hugh with anyone. He's just Hugh. "Well, have a good one," Robin says as Hannah moves towards the door. "Don't do anything I wouldn't do." "What does that rule out?" "Not much," Robin says and grins, and Hannah laughs and opens the shop door, setting the bell jangling, and makes her way out into the chilly night air. It's been raining while she was in the shop, and now the pavement is dark and slick, reflecting the jewelled shop lights back at her, and the glitter of the street lamps and the moving car headlights. At the end of the road she crosses, then turns right, and then left, feeling her breath frost in the night air. At the junction she stops, waiting for the green man. There is a limousine idling at the lights on the opposite side of the road, 2 cars back, blacked-out rear windows, and Hannah is just wondering whether it's a celebrity or a hen party when the rear window opens a crack and someone peers out, wiping condensation from the glass. And Hannah's heart almost stops. The woman inside. It's April. For a moment Hannah just stands frozen, staring, and then she realizes that the lights have changed and the green man is blinking in her face, telling her it's her last chance to cross. April. It can't be, but it is, surely it is. April, she calls, but the woman has wound the window back up. Her heart racing. Hannah almost runs across the pedestrian crossing. She reaches the pavement and, instead of turning right to Hugh's practice, she turns left, hurrying up the line of cars to where the limousine is waiting. But before she reaches it, before she can knock on the glass, demand to speak to the occupant in the back seat, there is a revving of engines, and the line begins to move. Damn! April! She calls helplessly as the limousine shifts into second gear and picks up speed. But it's too late. The car is gone. As it disappears around the corner, though, she knows. It wasn't April. It never is. For this is not the first time this has happened. Not the first time she's seen a cropped blonde head through a crowd and hurried towards it, her heart pounding, to find a teenage boy or a 40-something woman looking at her in surprise. It is never April, she reflects as she turns slowly on her heel and retraces her steps back to the junction, back in the direction of Hugh's practice. It never will be. But she will never stop looking. It's exactly 6 as she rounds the corner and finds herself in front of Hugh's practice, a discreetly shiny black front door that could be just a residential address were it not for the small brass sign that says The Practice, and underneath it the names of Hugh and his 2 partners in engraved Garamond font. She pushes the bell, and when a receptionist answers, says into the grill, "Hannah de Chastain here to see Hugh Bland." "I'm afraid he's finished for the day," the woman's voice crackles back through the intercom. "Did you have an appointment?" "Oh, I'm not here for a consultation. This is personal. He's expecting me." "Just one moment," the voice says, and then the line goes dead. Hannah stands there, waiting, for a surprisingly long time. Just as she is wondering if she should try the front door or ring again, there is the noise of feet on the stairs inside, and the gleaming black door swings open. It's Hugh, tall and immaculate, in a long camel-hair trench coat, tweed waistcoat, and perfectly tailored herringbone suit. He is smiling, and when he sees Hannah, he opens his arms. "Hannah!" They hug. Hannah inhales Hugh's expensive cologne and feels the umbrella he's holding digging into her back. Her bump presses between them in a slightly disconcerting way. She is still getting used to the baby asserting itself in these situations. She can't imagine how it's going to be when she's 8 months. Then Hugh releases her and they step back,
surveying each other in the golden glow filtering through the fanlight above the door. "Well," Hugh says at last, "no need to ask how you are. I can see you're blooming." Hannah blushes at that, although she can't put her finger on why exactly. "Thank you. You look very well yourself." "I can't complain," Hugh says. He hooks his umbrella over his arm and tosses his fringe out of his eyes. "Where shall we go?" "I know a nice little bar around the corner, the Joli Beaujolais. It'll probably be a bit noisy at this time, but the owner knows me, so he'll be able to get you a seat." "I can still stand for an hour, Hugh," she says, half offended, half touched by his solicitude. "I'm pregnant, not ill." "I know you, Hannah Jones," Hugh says, waving a finger. "You'll have been standing all day in that bookshop. The least I can do is get you a chair now."
"Well, thank you," she says, smiling. "And honestly, the Joli whatever it was sounds great. I really don't mind where we go." Hugh links his arm with hers, and they walk companionably down the street, Hugh matching his stride to hers. Glancing sideways at him, Hannah can't help but smile. He looks like such a caricature of the English civil servant, straight out of central casting for a John le Carré film, with his camel hair coat, suit, hooked umbrella, and horn-rimmed glasses. He's even wearing his old-school tie with the Khan crest. Only a bowler hat could finish the ensemble. But Hugh has always been good at playing a part. In a different way from April, of course, but even at Oxford, he always had the air of someone who was playing at being the quintessential student he had seen in films like Brideshead Revisited or Chariots of Fire. "How's work?" she asks as they round the corner. It is beginning to drizzle, and Hugh opens up the umbrella and holds it above them both with his free hand. "Good," he says, smiling down at her. "Profitable. No one's suing me this year." Hannah laughs. Last year, a disgruntled client sued Hugh's practice over her new nose not being sufficiently different from her old one. But she lost after Hugh was able to produce a recording of their pre-op discussion where she requested that any changes be very, very subtle, almost indistinguishable from my current nose. Apparently, she got what she asked for. "How was Ryan?" he asks in return, and Hannah bites her lip. She should have known this was coming. In some ways, she had been hoping for it. It's the natural segue into the subject she really wants to discuss, but this feels too soon. She had imagined bringing up April when Hugh had a drink in his hand. "He was good," she says after a pause. "Surprisingly good. I hadn't seen him for a while. I felt really bad when I realised how much time had passed. He said you'd kept in touch." "Just every now and again," Hugh says. His voice is kind. Hannah knows he's trying not to add to her guilt. "I think perhaps it was easier for him to talk to me, you know, being a medical man and all that." Hannah nods, grateful that he's letting her off the hook. And then Hugh turns abruptly down a little alleyway between two tall stone buildings, where a lighted sign flickers above a stairwell. "Le Joli Beaujolais," Hannah reads, as they descend a short flight of stairs, and find themselves in an almost aggressively French-themed bar, complete with Toulouse-Lautrec drawings on the wall, Gauloise drinks coasters, and row upon row of shining wine glasses and bottles. "Le Beaujolais nouveau est arrivé," says a sign above the bar. It's hot and very, very full, but after a shouted conversation with the man behind the bar, true to Hugh's promise, a tiny table is found for them in the corner. Hannah is ushered onto a velvet-coloured banquette, and Hugh hitches his pressed suit trousers and sits opposite on a stool. The barman wipes their table with a theatrical flourish, puts a fresh candle in the wax-spattered bottle between them, and then hands them 2 menus. Thank you so much, Hannah says to the barman above the noise of the crowd. He gives a little Gallic bow.
De rien, mademoiselle. From Monsieur Hugh, nothing is too much trouble. What can I get you?
Just something soft, thanks.
Perrier, eh bien, Orangina, Coca, Juste Orange.
Orangina would be great, thanks, Hannah says.
Monsieur?
The barman turns to Hugh.
Well, I have to have a joli Beaujolais, really, don't I? A glass of the Nouveau? It's very good this year. That would be great, thanks. And maybe something to nibble, an assiette de fromage, perhaps, and some bread.
The barman gives a grin and another little bow, and then turns and weaves his way back through the crowd to the bar. It wasn't just Auld Lang Syne that made me go and see Ryan, though, Hannah says, as if there had been no interruption to their conversation. She feels as if she's taking her courage in her hands. Hugh raises an eyebrow.
No?
No. I had a visit from an old friend of his. She begins to explain about Geraint and the meeting in the coffee shop, about the pregnancy test, and Will's reaction. Everything. By the time she is winding up the account, Hugh's expression is mild as ever, but his right eyebrow is nearly up to his hairline. And so, well, I thought I would come and see you, Hannah finishes. You're the only other person who really knows what happened that night, who really remembers.
I see,
Hugh says. He takes off his glasses and polishes them on his pocket square, as if buying himself time. Without them, his face looks different, less finished somehow, his eyes smaller and less defined. Before he has finished polishing, the barman comes up with a tray bearing Hugh's wine, Hannah's Orangina, and a plate of mixed cheeses and charcuterie. At the sight of it, Hannah realizes suddenly how very hungry she is, but also that she can't eat 90% of what's on there. When the glasses and plates are laid out, the barman retreats and leaves Hannah and Hugh in silence. Hannah waits. Is Hugh going to speak? Should she? She's not sure what exactly she wants to ask. Will isn't completely on board, she adds at last, more as a way of breaking the painfully stretching silence than because she thinks she really needs to tell Hugh this. That's why he isn't here. He's not. I don't think he understands why I'm pursuing this. As far as he's concerned, Neville's dead and that's it. But for me, it was my evidence, Hugh. And if I got it wrong, and Neville died in prison because of me...
I see,
Hugh says again. He settles his glasses back on his nose and sighs. He looks very tired, as if Hannah's story has put a huge weight on his shoulders that wasn't there at the start of the evening. Hugh, listen, Hannah says impulsively. Look, if you'd rather forget all this, just say I can go. We don't need to talk about this. If you feel the same as Will, I wouldn't blame you, but...
No, I understand,
Hugh says. He rubs his face with his hand, his palm rasping against his stubbled cheek.
I wish this Geraint chap hadn't opened this can of worms. I'm not going to pretend otherwise, but I understand your feelings. What do you want to know?
Just what you remember from that night, anything that I might have missed or forgotten. I don't care if it's something to reassure me or something to make me doubt the verdict even more. I just feel like I have to know.
I don't know if I can tell you very much more than what you already know,
Hugh says. He takes a long gulp of his wine, as if gearing himself up for something painful.
But I'll try. I mean, the first part of the evening, you know, I was up in that room above the lodge, acting as lookout, and she came in with those friends of hers from the play. They were all dressed up, do you remember? All in their wigs and makeup.
Yes, but the two girls changed halfway through the evening, didn't they? Hannah remembers. Clem and whatever the other one was called, Sinead or something like that. Only April and the boys stayed in costume.
We were all in the bar all evening,
Hugh continues.
None of us left, I'd swear to that.
Hannah nods. That chimes with her recollection too.
And then it was almost last orders, and April decided to go up and change.
It was so late, Hannah remembers. It was utterly stupid. The bar was never going to let her back in. I suppose she thought we'd all carry on drinking in our room or something.
But she didn't return, Hugh says. So you said you were going up to find her, and I said I'd come too. We walked across the quad, and just as we were about to get to your stairs, you saw Neville coming out.
You didn't see him.
I saw someone who looked a lot like Neville, but I didn't see him coming out of your staircase,
Hugh says.
But you did, and you saw it before you knew there was anything going on. And besides, he admitted being up there, didn't he? Don't start second-guessing yourself now.
I'm not, Hannah says. I mean, I am, but not like that. I don't want you to think I'm looking for holes in my own memories, not exactly. I just want to be sure. Do you know what I mean? I want to see it from another perspective. See something that I might have missed. Does that make sense? Hugh nods. Well, then, what happened next? Hannah asks.
Well,
Hugh says slowly. He takes another sip of his wine. She has the impression he is steadying himself, steeling himself to answer.
After that, you went up the stairs, and I waited. I was just about to walk away when I heard you cry out. I knew it couldn't be Neville. We'd seen him leave, or at least you had, but you sounded really scared. I knew something was wrong. I can't explain it. I ran up the stairs. The door was open, and you were inside on your knees, leaning over.
He swallows. His face in the candlelight looks suddenly much older.
Over April's body.
You knew she was dead, Hannah whispers. Her throat feels dry, but she doesn't raise the orangina to her lips. She doesn't think she would be able to swallow it. Hugh shakes his head.
Not at first. I mean, I wasn't sure. She looked an odd colour, but that could have just been the remains of the makeup. She was...
He chokes suddenly.
She was still wearing her wig.
He puts a hand to his face, over his eyes, as if he can't bear to look all of a sudden.
I always wondered...
And again he swallows, and then stops. What? Hannah says. She is puzzled. She has heard Hugh's story before, but not this detail. What has he wondered?
I always wondered,
Hugh says softly,
if he thought she was you.
Hannah feels suddenly cold. What do you mean?
April had short blonde hair. Back then, you had long dark hair, and the lights were very dim. It was just that one lamp in the corner burning.
Hannah nods. She knows the lamp Hugh means. It was the one with the rose-coloured shade, the one they always left on when they left the set, so that they didn't have to come back to a dark room.
I always wondered if Neville walked in, saw a girl with dark hair, and thought...
You mean he meant to kill me? Hannah says. Her lips are dry, and her hands feel suddenly cold, as if all the blood has drained out of them.
You had just reported him to the college authorities, Hugh says miserably. Hadn't you? I've always wondered.
Oh my God, Hannah says. She picks up her glass and takes a sip of her drink, trying to cover her shaking hands. You mean she might have died because of what I did?
No,
Hugh says forcefully. He leans across the table, takes Hannah's free hand in his. His hands are large, capable and bony and very strong. They are surgeon's hands.
That's not what I'm saying. Whoever killed April, it was their fault, Hannah, not yours. Don't let yourself get sucked into that narrative. But I've always wondered if you had gone up first.
Oh my God, Hannah says again. She feels sick.
That's what I meant. Don't let yourself get caught up in what-ifs. That way madness lies.
I just want to know, Hannah says. She swallows against the dryness in her throat. I just want to know what happened. I don't remember what happened after that. I remember you doing mouth-to-mouth. She puts her hand to her head as if she can press the memories back into place. Remembering the sound of Hugh's feet on the stairs, Hugh dropping to his knees beside April. Hugh lets his hand drop and he brushes his fringe away from his forehead. His face is profoundly unhappy.
I went over to her. You were kneeling over her body. You kept saying, "Oh, April, oh my God, April," over and over again. I tried her pulse, and I think in my heart I knew she was gone, but I couldn't quite bear to admit it. I began pumping her heart, just kind of hoping against hope, and you were standing there, looking so awful. Your face was just white and drained, and you were kind of swaying, and I thought you were going to faint, and I said, "Hannah, for God's sake, go and find someone, go back to the bar and get help." It was partly for April, but partly because I thought I had to get you out of there before you passed out. I wanted someone to look after you as much as anything, and you gave this kind of gasping sob, and you stumbled out into the hallway, and I heard you kind of staggering down the stairs, gasping, "Oh, God, oh, someone help, please help." I carried on giving April mouth-to-mouth and heart compressions for, oh God, I don't know how long. He stops and takes a long, shuddering swig of his wine. I carried on until the police came. It felt like forever. But they did come in the end. They said I'd done all I could. But it wasn't enough. I don't know if I'll ever forgive myself for that. It wasn't enough.
Thank you, Hugh, Hannah says. Her voice is husky and her eyes are prickling. This is the first time they have ever discussed this. The first time she has ever heard Hugh's version of events. Before the trial, they were told strictly not to discuss the case for fear of prejudicing each other's evidence, and afterwards, the last thing she wanted was to wallow in the pain and horror of that night. Now she is ashamed to realize that what Hugh went through was just as bad, maybe even worse. He has lived all these years with the memory of April's dead lips on his, of his failure to save her. Hugh, it wasn't your fault, you know that, right? April was already dead, she was strangled. You couldn't have saved her. Hugh says nothing. He only shakes his head. His eyes behind the horn-rimmed glasses are squeezed tight shut, as though holding back tears. When he speaks, it's with a catch in his throat and a little grating laugh.
"I'm sorry. I I wasn't expecting this. I would have bought a larger glass of wine if I'd known.
I'm sorry too, Hannah says, and she means it. I should have warned you. It wasn't fair to spring this on you.
It's all right, Hugh says.
He tries for the suave, urbane smile he probably uses on his patients, though it's not completely convincing, not to someone who knows him as well as Hannah does.
God knows I should be over all this by now. These days we'd probably all be offered free therapy. Back then it was, oh well, chin up and we'll go easy on you in the exams, you know.
Hannah nods, though the truth is that she doesn't know. She never went back to Pelham. Hugh, Will, Emily and Ryan, they all returned. Shaken and traumatized, but they returned. And eventually they all graduated. But not Hannah. Instead, she moved back to her mother's house. She would return to Pelham eventually, she told herself. Take a year out, perhaps. But then a year turned into 2. Going back to Pelham became moving on to the University of Manchester, or Durham, anywhere else. And then gradually that goal disappeared too, fading into the distance along with the memories of her friends, her essays, and the girl she used to be. Only Will remained. Will, whose letters kept arriving, regular as clockwork, in his distinctive spiky handwriting, telling her about May balls and end-of-term parties, about rowing on the river and fluffing exams, about essays and tutors and rags, and eventually about graduation ceremonies and MAs and postgraduate training. She had thought at the time that nothing could survive April's death, that she had been burned out by it, left a shell of the girl who had gone up to Pelham so hopefully that bright October day. And for a while that had been true, or almost true, because one thing had survived. Her love for Will. It was the only thing that had endured. So, do you think it was Neville, then? She forces herself to ask. She picks up her glass and takes a sip. Hugh shrugs.
I don't know. I thought so at the time, but now you're making me wonder. I mean, it's not like...
He stops. It's not like... Hannah prompts. Hugh unexpectedly flushes, a splotch of bright colour appearing high on his cheekbones. He tosses his hair out of his eyes with that nervous tic she remembers so well from the very first time they met. He looks embarrassed. What were you going to say? Hannah says, frowning.
Oh, I feel like a shit,
Hugh says. He looks really pained now, but Hannah shakes her head. Go on, just say it. We're in a safe, no-judgment space here. She puts air quotes around no judgment, and Hugh laughs shakily, as she had intended, breaking the tension a little.
Oh, if you must. Well, look, all I was going to say was... It's not like she didn't have her enemies.
Enemies? Whatever Hannah had expected Hugh to say, it wasn't this, and she looks up at him, surprised. What do you mean, enemies?
Well, I mean, you know, her constant pranking, it pissed people off, you know?
They were just jokes, Hannah says, but Hugh raises an eyebrow, cutting her off.
Jokes to her, maybe, but not always very funny to the person being pranked. Remember how annoyed Ryan was when she made him flush his weed? And the call to the master? I don't think he found that very amusing. I got off pretty lightly in comparison. That stupid mobile phone thing, and a blow-up sex doll in my bed one night. God, I had a job smuggling that out without everyone seeing. It's amazing we all let her get away with it."
There's an edge to his voice that surprises Hannah. When they were at university, he was always so meek and pliable, passing everything off as a joke with a good-natured laugh. She never thought of Hugh as really minding anything. But now she remembers 1,000 tiny moments, 1,000 small cuts, the way April bossed him around, took the piss out of him. She remembers even that very first night, Hugh trying to excuse himself gracefully from playing poker, and April's flat, "Shut up, Hugh, nobody cares." She remembers Hugh's expression as he sat back down, a kind of tense, mutinous fury. "Hugh," she says slowly, "Hugh, did you actually like April?" There is a long silence. Then Hugh sighs as if he is releasing something long pent up.
"Truthfully, I didn't. I would never say that to anyone else but you. But I didn't think she was a particularly nice person, and she certainly wasn't good for Will. She made him absolutely miserable that last term. I do get why everyone else fell for her. She was so funny, and she could be incredibly sweet when she wanted to. But some of her antics were pretty cruel. Think about what she did to Emily."
"What she did to Emily?" Hannah echoes, puzzled. "I don't think she did anything to Emily, did she?"
"Didn't you know?"
Hugh frowns, and then his expression changes.
"Ah. No, it would have been right before. Well, right before."
He doesn't need to spell it out. Hannah knows what he means. "What did she do?" she asks.
"It was another letter one,"
Hugh says a little reluctantly.
"Similar to the Nokia one she pulled on me. Only this time she pretended..."
He takes a breath.
"She pretended that Emily's A-level results had been called into question. She wrote this letter. It was very convincing. Emily showed it to me. It was on headed paper and everything. I have no idea how April made it look so good. These days it would be a cinch, of course, with scanner apps on everyone's phone. But back then she must have worked quite hard to make it look official. It said it was from the exam board, and that Emily's answers had been found to correspond very closely with another girl's at her school. It basically accused Emily of either cheating or feeding another student the answers."
"Wow!" Hannah is taken aback. That really is cruel. She can see what Hugh means. It's not even funny. Most of April's jokes had at least a slight twist of humour to them, even if it didn't seem that way to the recipient, but this just seems horrible. How did Emily react?
"Well, I only found out about it afterwards, so I'm not sure, but... I mean, you know Emily."
Hannah nods slowly. She does indeed know Emily. And all of a sudden it comes to her, a memory as sharp and clear as a voice hissing in her ear. Emily, walking past the chapel on a frosty November evening, her voice ringing out as cold as the night air. "If she tries any of that shit with me, I will end her." How did Emily find out, Hannah says, that it was a hoax, I mean?
"The letter asked her to call a number at the exam board and talk to one of their examiners. So Emily rang up, and from what she said, she was completely taken in at first. But then something tipped her off. I think she heard something on April's end that made her twig that the caller was at the college. A bell chiming or something. And she realised. She said April didn't even apologise. Just laughed idiotically and said it was Emily's fault for being so stuck up and pleased with her own intellect. And then she hung up. Oh, Jesus! Hannah puts her hand to her face. Suddenly, so many things make sense. Sorry, work. Of course Emily didn't come to April's after-party. She must have been sitting in her room fuming and trying to figure out what to do. What would she have done? I will end her. Go to the college authorities? Complain to a tutor? Whatever it was, she didn't have time to act. Unless... The thought comes unbidden, rushing in like chill seawater, racing up a beach to soak you unexpectedly. Unless she did. But Hannah pushes that away. It's ridiculous. Emily might have had a grudge against April, but she wouldn't kill her. Would she? Why would April do that? She says, now looking up at Hugh, almost pleading with him for answers. Why would she do something so horrible to Emily? Well, Hugh says slowly, I might be wrong, but I've always wondered. I think perhaps April had given Ryan an ultimatum, and it didn't go the way she thought it would. You mean, I don't know, Hugh says very gently. He puts out his hand and takes Hannah's. But the way you and Will felt about each other towards the end, it was... Well, it wasn't obvious exactly, but I don't think you had to be Freud to see it. And April was nothing if not good at reading people. Hannah goes hot and then cold. You mean you knew? April knew? I don't think she knew anything, but I think there was a hell of a lot of tension that last week. And I think maybe April had already decided to cut her losses with Will and move on. But Ryan wouldn't play ball, Hannah says slowly. Because although he'd been messing around with April, he loved Emily. It's the only reason I can think of, Hugh says with a shrug. Why she would have been so frankly horrible to Emily. I mean, there wasn't a lot of love lost between them, but there wasn't much actual animosity. But that last prank, that smacked of real hate. Hannah says nothing. She is sitting there, chewing on her lip, trying to count back. As far as she can recall, Emily was perfectly civil to April in the week running up to the party, which means she probably didn't get the letter until Saturday morning. If it was in her pigeonhole on the morning of the party, then April must have posted it the day before, and she must have taken a few days before that to write it and mock up the headed paper, which means that on Monday, when they were all at the theatre supporting April for her first night, raising glasses and smiling and telling each other how awesome April was, April herself was probably already planning this. Hannah is remembering the tension between Ryan and April, the polite smiles, the teeth-gritted argument with Will. Had April known she was going to do this to Emily all along? Even while she was smiling and sharing drinks and inviting her over for coffee, she must have done. There's no other explanation. For a moment, Hannah feels quite sick. Then
something occurs to her. If April was angry at Emily, who had after all done nothing apart from being Ryan's girlfriend, how furious must April have been with Ryan for rejecting her? Furious enough to fake a pregnancy test? In which case, maybe April wasn't pregnant when she died. But then, if she was pregnant, and she had just been rejected by the father of her unborn baby, then perhaps that would explain her vicious overreaction to Emily. Oh, God! She has to stop going back and forth like this, guessing and then second-guessing. She has to find someone who actually knows what April was thinking that week. She's just not sure who that could be. For the next hour, they talk about other topics, as if by unspoken agreement. The baby, how Will is doing at work. Hugh tells her some funny anecdotes about his patients, and she counters with some of her more eccentric customers. It's only later, when they're leaving, paying their bill, and Hugh is helping her into her coat, that something else occurs to her about Hugh's revelation. Something that makes her stomach twist with a strange mix of anxiety and guilt, and makes her stop, coat half on, half off, so that Hugh has to gently cough and remind her where she is. If April was that angry with Emily, poor Emily, who had done nothing wrong at all, how angry must she have been with the girl Will was maybe falling for? How angry was she with Hannah? After. The next few days and weeks had the cadence of a waking nightmare, and afterwards Hannah could only remember that time in jolting, disordered snatches. First the running feet, the porters and the college staff pushing her aside to climb the stairs, Hugh standing in the hallway saying in a cracked and desperate voice, "No one should touch her until the police get here, please. No one should touch anything in the room." Then the sound of sirens, uniformed police taping off the landing, the blue lights of the massed squad cars reflecting back from the building opposite on Pelham Street and flickering off the still black waters of the river. Hannah was interviewed by the police until the small hours, when she was given a parcel of her own belongings and allowed to go to bed in a strange room in Old Quad. The next day she was interviewed again, and then moved to a different room in Cloisters with better sound insulation because her sobs the night before had kept her neighbours awake. Her parents arrived, and she cried in her mother's arms and moved rooms again, this time to sleep on a pull-out sofa in her mother's hotel room. The college closed for the summer break, but Hannah was not allowed to leave Oxford, and neither was Hugh. Emily, Ryan, and Will were interviewed, but then told they were free to return home. None of them were suspects. Ryan had spent the whole night in the bar with multiple witnesses, including Hannah and Hugh. Will had been away from the college at home in Somerset until Sunday morning. Emily had been in the college library all evening, and examination of her swipe card showed she hadn't left until after 11 p.m., when she, along with the few other students still studying, had come out to see what was going on, why the police were hurrying across the forbidden lawns to New Quad. Hannah and Hugh were different. They weren't suspects, but they were witnesses. They had discovered April's body, and Hannah had reported the prime suspect to the college authorities just days before April's death. Lying awake at night beside her sleeping mother, trying to reconstruct what had happened, what she could have done differently, what she might have missed, Hannah came to think of her existence as divided into two sharp halves, before and after. Before, everything was fine. After, everything was broken.
Hannah saw April's parents only once. She was leaving the police station after giving yet another statement, and a tall, blonde woman with enormous sunglasses, accompanied by a man in a grey suit straining across his gut, walked past her, their faces stony and grim. She was never quite sure what made her do it, perhaps something about the shape of the woman's mouth and chin, but she pulled out her phone and Googled April Clark Cliveden parents, and there they were. April's mother, Jade Ryder Cliveden, and her father, Arnold Clark, former city banker turned private equity investor. There were older shots, pictures of Mr. Clark climbing into taxis, waving with a broad, self-satisfied smile, or shaking hands after a successful business deal, photos of Mrs. Clark Cliveden entering a spa, or leaving Harrods, shooting daggers at the photographer. But the one that held Hannah's attention was the most recent, one plainly taken after news of April's death had been broken. Their faces stared out at her from the search page, snapped by some opportunistic paparazzo as they hurried into a waiting car. They looked like people in a waking nightmare, and she knew how they felt, for she was trapped in the same bad dream. Part of her wanted to hurry after them, tell them how sorry she was, ask if they were okay, though that was clearly stupid, for how could they be okay? Their child had died. The worst thing that could happen to any parent. But she could not do it. She stood, paralysed, watching them until the doors of the police station closed after them and they disappeared. Now, more than a decade later, Hannah wonders. She wonders what happened to Mr. and Mrs. Clark Cliveden. She wonders how April's mother, that fragile fuck-up April talked about so dismissively, had coped with the death of her child. She wonders if April's father was as strong and as self-centered as April had believed. Had he picked himself up and carried on, making money, running his businesses, or had his world fallen apart? As Hugh walks her to the bus stop, waves her goodbye, and she turns her head to watch him, standing there under the streetlight with the rain pattering around him, she wonders. After. Hannah is still wondering when she wakes the next day. She lies there under the warm covers next to Will, thinking about April, about her parents, and about the conversation with Hugh last night. It is Saturday, Will's day off but not hers, and she is getting quietly out of bed, trying not to wake him, when he rolls over. "Morning." She stops, turns back, hugging her dressing gown around herself. It is cold outside the covers, the first snap of winter in the air. "Morning." She feels a little uncertain, their recent row still hanging in the air. "Sorry, I was trying to be quiet." "It's okay." He sits up, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. "What time did you get home last night?" "Not that late. About 10, but you were asleep. I didn't want to wake you." There's a minute's silence, and then he says, "I'm sorry I was such a dick," at the same time that she says, Do you want to know what Hugh and I talked about?" They both laugh, a little shakily, and Will gives a little rueful smile. "Honestly, not really." She nods. He doesn't want to dig up painful memories, and she understands that. It's how she's felt for more than 10 years. But the fact is that Neville's death has jolted her into feeling differently, even if she can't fully explain why. "Look, I have to get up," she says now, glancing at her phone. "But
Let's make a plan for tomorrow. Something fun. A walk, maybe. Arthur's Seat?
Sure, Will says. He smiles, and she understands that he's trying to make it up, repair the hurt they caused each other. I love you.
I love you too.
On the bus to work, she checks her emails. There's one confirming delivery of a maternity bra and some leggings she bought online. Another from her and Will's favourite restaurant, offering them a coupon valid throughout November. Then there's an email from her mum. Subject line, weekend of the 12th/13th? Han, lovely to talk to you the other day. Quick question, how would the weekend of the 12th to 13th be for a flying visit? I've got those clothes I was talking to you about, and you might as well have them before you have to buy new. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Mum, kiss. Hannah suppresses a smile and is about to tap back a quick response when a new email alert flashes up on her phone, and the sender ID makes her stomach flip. It's from Geraint Williams, and the subject line says, Update. Ignoring her mother's message, she opens up Geraint's, feeling the baby inside her give a little shuddering jolt as she does. Her nerves are affecting them both. Dear Hannah, hope you are well and that our conversation the other day didn't stir up too many difficult memories. I'm sorry to email again, but you did ask me to let you know if I found out anything I felt you should know, and, well, I found something. Someone, in fact. November Rain. I think you should meet her, as she has some information about the autopsy results that could be important. I'm nervous about putting too much in writing, and I think it would be better for you to hear it from the horse's mouth anyway, as you may have questions. I know this is short notice, but I wondered if you could make today. The reason is, November is London-based, but happens to be in Edinburgh at the moment for work. However, she is flying back this evening, so this is probably your last chance to meet face-to-face for a few weeks. Please let me know. I am also in Edinburgh all day today, and could make any time. November is working, but tells me she could make space for a meeting any time before 5 p.m. when she leaves for her flight. Please let me know. Geraint. Fuck. Hannah closes down the phone and stares off into the middle distance, chewing her nail furiously. Fuck! Geraint probably doesn't know what he's asking. He would assume she has Saturdays off like everyone else, and yet, a chance to find out what happened at the inquest? A chance to discover whether April really was pregnant, maybe even who the father was. Who is this November? Is she a pathologist? Hannah certainly can't Google. The name sounds completely improbable. More like a drag queen than a forensic expert, although she supposes even pathologists can have Axl Rose fans for parents. Even so, Dr. Rain would seem more appropriate for a professional contact. November sounds like a friend or a colleague. Maybe it's another journalist. The thought makes her uneasy. Is she being lured into an interview she doesn't want to give? Hi, Geraint, she writes back and then stops, pondering her next move. I am actually working today. Could you tell me a little bit more about this? Is there a reason you can't explain over the phone? Hannah. There's a pause, and she's just about to return to her mother's email when a reply pops into her inbox. Sorry, Hannah, I totally understand, but I don't actually have all the info myself. It's sort of sensitive. Plus, I think November really wants to meet you and explain in person, understandably. Hannah shuts her eyes, feeling a mix of frustration and annoyance. But there's not much she can do, short of refuse to meet this person, And there's no denying it, she does want to find out about the autopsy results. If April really was pregnant, this could change everything. At last, she opens them again and presses reply, trying to quash her irritation. No point in antagonizing Geraint before she has even met this mysterious person. Okay, it's a bit tricky to get away, but I could come and meet you in November late morning. It would have to be fairly brief, though. I can't leave my colleague alone in the shop for too long. Where would suit? Somewhere close to the bookshop, if possible. Hannah. There. If things unfold in a way that she doesn't like, she has a cast-iron excuse for cutting and running. She will have to clear it with Robin, but late morning is when she usually takes her lunch hour on Saturdays. The shop doesn't get busy until around 12, and they have a Saturday girl called Ailish who comes in at 11 and can handle the till. The reply pings back almost before the email has left her outbox. Great. 11:30 okay? November is staying at the Grand Caledonia Hotel just off the Royal Mile, so perhaps we could meet there. They have a coffee shop in the foyer. Do you know it? Hannah raises an eyebrow. She does indeed know the Grand Caledonia. It's easily the most expensive hotel in Edinburgh. Not quite what she had imagined a journalist would choose for work. Geraint, for example, looks more like a Holiday Inn type of chap. Still, it's only a 10-minute walk, and the coffee is certain to be good. Sure, she types back. I'll see you there. When she arrives at the shop, Robin is already there. She opens up on Saturdays as it's Hannah's night to stay late. And when Hannah explains that she'd like to take an early lunch to have coffee with a friend, she nods, breezily unconcerned. Yeah, sure, no probs at all. Ailish will be in by then, so we can easily hold the fort. Take your time. It's raining hard, a miserable day in fact, so trade is slow, and at 11:20 Hannah grabs her coat and her umbrella from the staff room and tells Robin and Ailish she won't be long. The rain increases as she hurries towards the lawn market, and she arrives at the Grand Caledonia looking like a drowned rat. Under the gilt-edged canopy she stands, shivering for a moment and shaking off her umbrella as the doorman holds the huge shiny black door open for her, and for an instant she has a sharp flashback to the night at the private members' club in Oxford. The kindly old doorman offering to call her a taxi on April's father's dime. She shuts her eyes. She can't think about this right now. She's already regretting turning up for this without probing Geraint further. If she walks in with her head full of Oxford memories and grief... "Can I take your umbrella, ma'am?" the doorman asks, and Hannah shakes her head, knowing she'll end up leaving it. "No, thank you. I'd rather hang on to it. Is that okay?" "Of course." He hands her a plastic sleeve, and she slides the umbrella inside, reflecting that even if the umbrella doesn't drip, she certainly will, and enters the hotel. The foyer is vast and marble and gold, like a banking hall with an enormous chandelier in the centre. The huge staircase winds up to the right, and glancing up, Hannah sees that some kind of photo shoot is taking place. A giant gold umbrella is reflecting light up the stairs, where someone is clearly having their picture taken against the sweep of the staircase. "That's great," she hears. "Now lean back against the banister. Tilt the chin." The coffee shop is tucked away behind the curve of the staircase, and she makes her way across the expanse of marble, painfully conscious of her dripping mac and rat's tail hair. As she rounds the edge of the stairs, she sees Geraint sitting at a little bistro table, tapping at his phone. He stands, his face lighting up as he sees her. "Hannah, thanks for coming. Can I get you a coffee?" Hannah pauses. Her instinct is to accept nothing from Geraint, but on the other hand, he's the one who invited her here, and, more importantly, if he pays, she won't be held up waiting for the bill if she wants to make a quick getaway. "Sure," she says at last. A decaf cappuccino and maybe a biscotti, if they have any." She's feeling a little light-headed, low blood sugar probably. The midwife at her last appointment told her it could happen and advised small, frequent snacks. "November's just texted," Geraint says. "She'll only be 5. They're just wrapping up. Right, let me get the drinks. I'll be back in a sec." He walks up to the counter, and Hannah sits there chewing her nail and wondering why she did this. Geraint is just returning from the counter with an enormous green juice and a biscotti when he turns and looks at someone over Hannah's shoulder. "Ah, perfect. We're all here," he says happily. "Hannah, this is November Rain. November, this is Hannah de Chastain. Hannah Jones, you would have known her as." Hannah stands, turns, and then her stomach seems to fall away from her. Standing in front of her, willowy, inexpressibly beautiful, and most undeniably, unbelievably alive, is April. After. For a moment, Hannah thinks she's going to faint. Everything goes very far away, and there is a roaring sound in her ears. She holds on to the edge of the table with both hands, trying to steady herself, trying to tell herself, this cannot be true. "Hannah?" she hears Geraint saying, worriedly. "Hannah, are you okay?" "Hi," the girl says. She comes towards them, shoving her mobile into the pocket of her silk harem trousers. Her Louboutins click as she walks across the marble. She holds out a hand towards Hannah. "Hi, I'm November. Really pleased to meet you." And then something snaps into place. Hannah isn't sure whether it's the sound of the girl's voice, which is very like April's, but not April's, or something in her eyes. There is no mistaking that expression. The girl coming towards her does not recognize Hannah, and even April, superb actress though she was, could not have faked that. Who are you?" Hannah says, and her voice is harsher than she intended. It comes out as a kind of hoarse accusation. "Oh, God," Geraint says, as if he understands only now what he has done. "I'm so sorry. I should have said, I thought you knew. November is April's sister." Hannah blinks, and then, very slowly, she sits down. The girl, November, sits opposite her, and she smiles, a soft, sad smile that's so like April's, it catches at Hannah's heart. But she doesn't have April's dimple, and for some reason Hannah finds that obscurely comforting, concrete evidence that these are not the same people. Up close she can see that the girl is also much too young to be April. She is closer to the April Hannah remembers than April as she would be now, if she had lived. This girl can't be more than 22 or 23. "I'm sorry we never met," November is saying. "I heard about you, of course, from April. I kept begging to come and stay in Oxford, but I was just her little snot-nosed baby sister at the time. And then afterwards, I think my parents wanted to protect me from all the coverage. I was never allowed in court or anything. I can understand why, to be honest. I was only 11 or 12 at the time." I'm sorry too," Hannah says. She is still trying to make sense of this. April's sister, after all these years. And what was it Geraint had called her in his introduction? November Rain. I'm sorry, did Geraint say your surname was Rain? Did you change it? Oh, November gives a slightly self-conscious laugh and brushes her short white blonde hair out of her eyes. She is wearing long feathered earrings, Hannah sees, the tips brushing her tanned bare shoulders. Sort of. Rain is my professional name, I suppose you'd call it. I'm an Instagram influencer, but Clark Cliveden as a surname, aside from sounding a bit posh, it's got all that, history. Rain, I suppose it was just a bit of a joke. The song, you know, and somehow it seemed to make the November part stand out less. Of course. Suddenly, Hannah understands the photo shoot, the hotel, November's effortlessly made-up beauty. Out of context, the name hadn't clicked, but even Hannah, who rarely goes on Instagram except to torture herself with memories of April, has heard of beauty influencer November Rain. I've been in Edinburgh all week doing a shoot for D&G, and, well, it just seemed like serendipity. When Geraint messaged me on Insta and said you lived here, and would I have time to meet, she shrugs. A waiter arrives with Geraint's Americano and Hannah's cappuccino, and there is a brief pause as they sort out the drinks and Hannah refuses sugar. When the waiter is gone, Hannah takes a deep breath. There is so much she wants to ask November. So much she wants to discuss. But she has to cut to the chase here. She doesn't have much time. November, I'm sorry to ask this so abruptly, but I've only got a short lunch hour. I have to get back to work pretty soon. Geraint said that you knew something about the autopsy? November nods. Yes, I mean, not everything. Obviously no one was going to tell a 12-year-old girl the grisly details, but they couldn't stop me listening at doors and so on. There was a lot of stuff that didn't come out in court. The drugs, the pregnancy. Hannah catches her breath at that. So it's true? How? Oh my God. She lets out a shaking breath. I'm sorry, this is a lot. So, she definitely was pregnant. Or had been very recently, November says. I was never quite sure which. Whichever it was, there were enough hormones for them to trip a blood test. And I think they tried to do DNA matches to determine a father, but I'm not sure if they ever pinned it down. I don't know if they just didn't swab enough people, or if they couldn't get enough DNA from April to get a good profile. Hannah shuts her eyes. Suddenly, it all makes sense. She remembers the police coming around, swabbing her, Will, Ryan, and all the others. Elimination DNA, they called it, along with the fingerprints. At the time, Hannah had assumed it was simply to rule out all the people who had been in April's room for innocent reasons. Now, she wonders if there was more to it than that, with the boys at least. So, it wasn't. Her voice is croaky, and she is not sure she can bear to say it, but she has to. It wasn't. Will's? November shakes her head sympathetically, but her eyes are sad. I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't think so, or I think we would have heard, but I just don't know for certain. You could probably go to the police and ask. I don't know if they would tell you, though. But now it's Hannah's turn to shake her head. She knows she won't do that. Not just because the police are unlikely to hand out confidential information on a closed case. not just because of what it might unleash if she admitted her fears, admitted that all these years later she is becoming more and more uncertain of whether she pointed the finger at the right man, but because she is afraid of what she might find out. What about your parents? She asks now. Would they know? I doubt it, November says. My father died. Did you know that? I didn't, Hannah says. She bites her lip. I'm so sorry. Massive heart attack 2 years ago. He was never really right after April's death, to be honest. She was his firstborn, his golden girl, you know. I don't think he ever got over what happened. And my mother, well, perhaps April told you she has problems. Even before April died, her memory isn't reliable at the best of times, and she's done her best to block all this out. I don't think she would agree to talk about it, and even if she did, I don't think you could trust anything she told you. Oh, God, November, I'm so sorry, Hannah says. That's so difficult. November gives a little shrug as if to say, what can you do? And drugs? Hannah asks. You said the autopsy showed up drugs in her system. Did that have something to do with her death? No, I don't think so, November says. She sighs. From what I could tell, it was mostly that stuff, what's it called? They give it to kids with ADHD. Dex something. Dexamphetamine, Geraint says quietly, and November nods. That's it. They found a stash of it in her room at home, as well as at college. I don't think there was any suggestion that someone gave it to her covertly or she overdosed. She was taking it deliberately, methodically, and for quite a long time. I'd say she was well aware of the toxicity. An ADHD medication? Hannah is puzzled. But that makes no sense. Why would April be taking that? She didn't have ADHD. It's sometimes used as a study aid, Geraint says. They gave it to Air Force pilots in the war to help them concentrate and stay awake. Kids use it to pull all-nighters, study for exams and so on. But it's not easy to get hold of. You have to have a prescription because it can be extremely addictive if you're using it recreationally. It's highly controlled. Oh, God! Suddenly, so many things click into focus. April's frequent red-eye essays, her seemingly superhuman ability to act all week and then study all night. Hannah remembers her own complaints about her essay, April holding out her hand, 2 pills in her palm. Hannah's puzzled, what are they, like Pro Plus or something? And the way April laughed and said dryly, Pro Plus for grown-ups. What do they look like? She asks Geraint, and he Googles for a moment and then holds out his phone. Hannah's heart sinks. It's them. It's the capsules filled with little beads that April offered her so long ago. I knew she was taking those, she says. I just didn't know what they were. But that doesn't have anything to do with her death, does it? November shakes her head. I don't think so. I assume that's why it never came out at the trial. The pregnancy stuff, though... I mean, I'm surprised Neville's defence lawyer never brought it up. I think they thought it was too risky, Geraint says. I mean, they had a good shot with reasonable doubt. There wasn't anything concrete to tie him to April's death apart from having been seen coming out of the building around the time she was killed. But he did badly in the witness box. Hannah nods. She remembers hearing about this. First, Neville had denied being in the room at all, had claimed that he had simply been checking something in the building, but halfway through cross-examination he'd become flustered and changed his story. Confronted with fingerprints on the inside doorknob, he had abruptly admitted that he had been in the room. But he said that he had simply been bringing up the weekly parcel from Hannah's mum, and that April had let him in. He claimed they'd had a pleasant chat, which Hannah found implausible in itself, and that he had left her alive and well just a few minutes later. That had sealed his fate. By John Neville's account, he had seen April alive at 11 p.m. Hannah and Hugh had discovered her dead body just a few minutes later, and they'd had a clear view of the entrance for the whole time. There had been absolutely no opportunity for anyone else to enter staircase 7. It was Neville or no one. Or was it? Hannah is frowning, trying to puzzle something out when she realizes Geraint is speaking again. "The thing is, being devil's advocate for a moment," he is saying, "even if April was pregnant, it's hard to see what that's got to do with the case. It's not Victorian England. No one was going to force anyone into a shotgun marriage. There's the sexual jealousy angle." He shoots Hannah an apologetic look, knowing that he is tacitly pointing the finger at Will here. "Strangulation typically points to a domestic murder, usually a crime of passion. But April's boyfriend was never in the picture. He was away from college the night of the murder. Pregnancy just isn't much of a motive."
"Well, you say that," November puts in, "but there's pregnancy and there's pregnancy. What if it was someone who couldn't afford to be found sleeping with a student? Someone whose job or marriage might be at stake?"
"You mean a member of staff?" Geraint asks.
November shrugs and Geraint looks intrigued.
"It's certainly a possibility," he says.
"Oh my God," Hannah says. Her hands have gone suddenly cold. "Oh my God."
"What?" Geraint asks, and then frowns. "Are you all right, Hannah?"
Hannah shakes her head, but she's not sure if she means, "I'm not all right," or "that doesn't matter right now." She knows her face has gone pale, and from Geraint's expression she can tell that she must look as stricken as she feels. "Dr. Myers," she whispers, more to herself than to them. "Who?" November says. Geraint is frowning.
"That shooter who lived on your stairwell?"
"Yes." Hannah's heart has started pounding sickeningly hard. She feels unutterably stupid. She cannot believe this never occurred to her before. "Yes. Oh my God. He's the one person who could have accessed April's room between Neville leaving and me and Hugh arriving. He wouldn't have needed to enter the building. He was already there."
"But, are you saying," Geraint frowns and then starts again, "he couldn't have got April pregnant, surely? He wasn't even her tutor."
"No, he was mine. But April knew him. She went to a party he threw. He had this reputation." Hannah feels sick. There is a buzzing in her ears. "He used to invite students, female students, out for drinks. They were all April's type, very beautiful, very—" Suddenly she cannot go on. The ringing in her ears is growing louder. The room is taking on a strange, distant quality.
"Are you saying he could have been sleeping with her?"
Geraint asks.
He looks sceptical, but also strangely hopeful.
Hannah feels anything but. "I don't know," Hannah manages. Her tongue feels strange and thick in her mouth. Her fingers are freezing. She feels numb all over. "Did I get it wrong all along? I don't... The words are not coming. Suddenly, her body feels as if it doesn't belong to her,
like her limbs are made of plasticine. "I don't," she says. Her voice sounds like it's coming from very far away. "Hannah," she hears. "Hannah, are you okay?" Everything disintegrates, and she slides into the dark. After. When Hannah wakes, it's to a confusion of noise, people crowding around, Geraint saying, "Give her some air," over and over, and November kneeling beside her, concern all over her face. There is a coat under her head, and someone has removed her glasses. It makes her feel strangely vulnerable, even more than she already did. "Someone call an ambulance," she hears, and she struggles up onto her elbows. No, please, I don't need an ambulance." Her voice is shaky, but she tries to put conviction into it. "I'm pregnant. That's all." "You're pregnant?" The words don't seem to calm Geraint down. If anything, he looks more alarmed, like she is a ticking bomb that might explode at any moment. "We need to get you checked over. Is there a doctor here?" November calls over her shoulder to one of the hovering hotel staff. She stands up. "Anyone! Do you guys have a house doctor for the hotel?" "I'm a doctor." The voice comes from the far side of the foyer. A man's voice, his accent English, not Scottish, getting louder as the footsteps approach. "Can I help?" Hannah tries to sit up. Without her glasses, all she can see is a blur of faces. "This lady, she's fainted," Geraint is saying in a worried voice. "She's pregnant. Should we be calling an ambulance?" "I really don't think I need an ambulance," Hannah says. She feels on the verge of tears. This can't be happening. She looks at the doctor, pleading with him to say it's nothing serious. People do faint when they're pregnant, don't they? I didn't eat breakfast. The doctor is opening his bag. Inside is a stethoscope and a blood pressure monitor. He smiles kindly. "Well, it's not uncommon for low blood pressure to cause faintness in early pregnancy, but getting as far as actually passing out, that's a bit less standard. Do you mind?" He holds out the blood pressure cuff, and Hannah gives a shaky nod of assent. He straps the cuff around Hannah's arm, inflates it, and puts the stethoscope to the curve of her elbow, listening as the cuff deflates. Then he sits back and smiles reassuringly. "Probably nothing to worry about, but I think we should get you along to the maternity department for a spot of monitoring. How far gone are you?" 23. No, almost 24 weeks. 24 tomorrow. Could someone call my husband? "I've got your phone," November says, holding it up, and then turns to the doctor. "Thank you for checking her over. She should be in hospital, right?" She jerks her head at Hannah, her huge earrings swaying. The doctor nods reluctantly. "I'm afraid so. It's a long time since I've done any obstetrics, but actually passing out does warrant a check. Your BP is a little bit up. They may want to take some bloods and do a trace." "I've got a driver round the corner," November says. She picks up a leather jacket from the back of the chair. "Give me 5 minutes. I'll get him to pull up at the front." "I can manage," Hannah says. She feels almost tearful at the idea of being ushered out of the foyer into a waiting car, like an invalid being carted off. "I don't need a lift. I can call Will. Get the bus." "By all means call your husband, but I'm not putting you on a bloody bus. It's my car or an ambulance," November says. She folds her arms, and her expression is pure April, at her most haughtily inarguable. "Which is it to be?" Hannah shuts her eyes. She knows when she is beaten.
Some 45 minutes later, Hannah is sitting in a padded chair in the maternity unit of the Royal Infirmary, a monitor strapped to her stomach, a blood pressure cuff around her arm, and November, slightly uncomfortable with all this, perched on the edge of a plastic stool beside her. She's had a pee test and given what felt like about a pint of blood in little vials, and now part of her wants to be left alone with her thoughts, but a larger part of her wants anything but. Mostly, she wants Will, but his phone is ringing out. Where is he? Do you want me to try him again? November asks, as if reading her mind. She has been allowed to stay as Hannah's companion, which feels a little strange given Hannah has known her all of 90 minutes. But there is something about her, something so close to April that she feels as if it's been much longer. No, I'll do it, Hannah says, knowing that Will shouldn't hear this from November. She rubs her arm where the bruise from the needle is beginning to bloom, and then dials his number for what her phone says is the 9th time. It rings and rings. She hangs up. Call me, she texts. It's kind of urgent. She puts the phone down in her lap, fighting the tears. It's not just the fact that Will is unreachable, it's everything. The idea that she has somehow caused this with her own actions, put her baby at risk by investigating April's death. But the alternative feels equally unbearable. For how can she spend the next 16 weeks in this state of agonizing uncertainty, obsessing over what she saw and thought and said? She just wants to know, to prove Geraint's fears wrong and move on with her life. The baby flutters inside her stomach and the monitor whooshes, speeding up with her heart. Is there anyone else? November asks now. Anyone else you can call? I mean, Hannah shakes her head. Not really. My mum lives miles away. But if you need to go... I'm not going, November says firmly. Not until you're discharged. But I'm happy to wait in the car if you don't want me here. I get that this is weird. I mean, we hardly know each other. No, I'm happy for you to stay. It's nice to talk. Okay then, November says. She folds her arms. I'll stay. There is a silence, punctuated only by the whoosh and click of machines and the faint conversations of the women in the next bay. It could have been Dr. Myers, Hannah says. It's what's been preying on her mind ever since that moment in the hotel, and now it's a relief to say the words out loud. But there's also a different quality. It is as if saying them makes the possibility real. He was already on the staircase. He could have got access to the room between Neville leaving and Hugh and me arriving. Geraint's right. If he was sleeping with April, if he had got a student pregnant, well, that would give him motive and opportunity. Neville was convicted because he was the only person who had the opportunity to kill April. He never had a motive, but Myers, he's the one person who could have slipped in there without anyone noticing. I wonder if he was ever interviewed, November says. Her expression is sober. I mean, the police must have asked him whether he heard anything, but was he ever seriously a suspect? I don't know, Hannah says. I never saw him in court, but I wasn't allowed to see the other. She breaks off. Her phone is buzzing in her lap. She turned the ringer off in semi-deference to the hospital's no mobile phone sign, but now it's vibrating with an incoming call. It's Will, thank God. Will!
Hannah! He sounds out of breath. I just got your message. I was swimming. What happened? Are you okay? She swallows. Will is not going to like this. I fainted, she says at last. I've gone into the maternity unit for some monitoring. There is a long pause. Hannah can tell he is trying to keep himself in check, not overreact, make her more upset, particularly after their recent argument. She hears him swallow on the other end of the phone. How is everything all right? He says carefully. Is the baby okay? I think so, she says. I haven't been signed off yet, but they keep coming in and looking at the baby's heartbeat chart, and they don't seem too worried. Good. Look, I can be there in... His voice goes faint, and she can tell he's looking at his phone screen, figuring out how long the journey will take. Then he comes back on. 25 minutes? I don't know if I'll still be here. Hannah looks up at the clock on the wall. When they hooked me up, they said they'd monitor me for half an hour. It's been nearly that now. Shall I call you when I know what's happening? Okay, Will says. He sounds worried, but also like he's trying to keep his concerns from her. I love you. And, Han... Yes? I'm really sorry about... you know... It's okay, she says. For anyone else, his words might be hard to decode, but Hannah knows he means their fight. She bites her lip. She wishes Will were here. This isn't your fault, I promise. Okay, he says, though he doesn't sound completely convinced. Love you. Love you too. She hangs up. November has moved away, trying to give at least the illusion of privacy, but now she turns around, looking over her shoulder. Everything okay? I think so. There is a rattle at the door, and a tall, smiling obstetrician comes in holding a clipboard. Hannah de Chastain? Yes, Hannah says. She struggles to sit up straighter in the padded chair, the plastic creaking. Yes, that's me. Excellent. Could we have a moment? She looks at November, though it's not clear whether she's inviting her to leave or stay. I'll be in the corridor, Hannah, November says tactfully. She picks up her bag and slips out. The doctor takes November's stool and begins to look through Hannah's notes and at the readout on the monitor. Well, she says at last, I hear you had a little fainting spell. Hannah nods. I think I don't know, I'd had a bit of a shock. Low blood pressure, probably. I feel fine now. Well, the good news is you look fine, and so does the baby. All the vitals are really good, and your urine is clear. But we do want to keep an eye on your blood pressure. How do you mean? Well, it's been creeping up a bit over the last few appointments, and I'm afraid it's a bit higher than we'd like. What? But I don't understand. The doctor at the hotel said low blood pressure was what makes people faint. It can be, but yours isn't very low, I'm afraid. I understand it's been up at the last couple of checks. Yes, but there were reasons. Hannah feels tears rising in her throat, forces them down. If only Will were here. I ran there. You don't understand. Have you had any headaches? Flashing lights, dizzy spells? No! I mean, other than today, obviously, but the rest, no, absolutely not. I feel completely fine. Well, I think we'd like to get it down regardless. I'm going to give you a prescription for methyl-dopa. It's a very safe drug. We've been using it for years with pregnant women. You're kidding. Hannah's heart is sinking. a hollow feeling of guilt and anger at her body's betrayal taking its place. Medication? I don't want to take drugs. Can't I just, I don't know, take it easy? It's very safe, the doctor repeats. She is trying to be reassuring. Hannah can see that, but she feels anything but reassured. In fact, her heart is racing, the trace on the monitor spiking up and up. She feels again that sickening slide into uncertainty she experienced after April's death. The sensation that events have taken over and that her life is spiraling out of control. Only this time, it's not police officers telling her where to go and what to do and how to feel. It's a doctor with a white coat, but the same pitying, understanding smile that Hannah knows so well. "No," she says forcefully, "no, this isn't okay. This can't be happening." "Your baby is fine," the doctor says again, gently. "This really is just about taking the best care of you both. I understand it's upsetting when things don't go—" "I'm not upset!" Hannah explodes, though it's so patently untrue that part of her wants to give a sobbing laugh at the irony of that fact. Her throat is tight and she feels like crying, but she cannot, will not. She takes a deep breath. "I'm sorry. I am obviously upset. It's so unexpected. I feel like things were fine a week ago and now it's like someone has come in and taken over and everything is out of my hands and moving in a direction I don't want and can't control." That's what she wants to say, but she won't, because although it's true, that is how she feels. The rational part of her knows that this reaction is only partly about the baby and her blood pressure. A far larger part of it is about April and Neville, about what happened then and about what is unfolding now. And suddenly, with that thought, Hannah knows what she is going to do, and she feels her heart rate slow and a kind of peace unfold inside her. Because Hannah has had her life ripped away from her by events beyond her control once before. She does not intend to let it happen again. This time, she will be in charge. After. "So, where to?" November asks, as Hannah sinks into the leather-scented interior of the limousine. Not back to work, clearly. Fuck! The shop! Hannah feels like smacking herself in the forehead with the paper bag of pills she is holding. I completely forgot about work. I need to phone my colleague. Can you drop me in Stockbridge? I live on Stockbridge Mews. It's near Dean Park Street. "I have no idea where that is," November says pleasantly, "but assuming Arthur does, then yes." She leans forwards to talk to the driver, while Hannah calls the shop. When Robin answers, Hannah explains the situation, fielding Robin's shocked concern and listening to her admonishments to go home, rest up, and on no account to come in next week. "I'm not going to take it as sick leave," Hannah says now, in answer to the last in Robin's long line of instructions. "I'm not ill. But I've got loads of holiday left. I'm going to ask Kathy if I can take a week as leave."
"Good,"
Robin says sternly.
"I don't want to see your face for at least a week. Now go. Rest. Relax. Eat chocolate and don't worry."
She hangs up and Hannah sighs. "I've been sent home," she texts Will.
Everything's okay, baby's fine. I'm getting a lift. See you shortly. Kiss, kiss. Everything all right? November says, and Hannah nods. Yes, work is being really nice. It makes me feel like a complete shit. Why? November asks in surprise. It's not your fault. Hannah only shakes her head. It's not because she believes what happened today was her fault. It's because she has no intention of following Robin's advice. It's not that she doesn't want to, but she can't. She was swept along by events 10 years ago, and she has spent every year since struggling against the feeling of powerlessness and panic. This time, she is not going to sit there while Geraint digs around in her past and lawyers do things behind the scenes. She's going to take control. I'm going down to Oxford, she says to November. I think it's the only way. Since Neville's death, I've been going crazy, running over and over my memories of that night, trying to figure out if I was right, if I really did see what I thought. But the more I find out, the more the whole case feels wrong. I feel like there was something that I missed, something that's been eluding me all these years. What do you mean? November asks uncertainly. What kind of thing? I don't know. That's the problem. Maybe if I go back, talk to the other people who were there that night, speak to Dr. Myers. She swallows. I have a friend in Oxford, Emily. I spoke to her a couple of weeks ago when Neville died, and she invited me down. I brushed her off at the time. I couldn't think of anything worse than going back, but now I'm going to say yes. She looks at November. November's expression is worried. What do you think? Do you think I'm crazy? Will does. I don't think you're crazy, November says slowly. I'm not sure travelling to Oxford alone is such a great idea. It'll be really obvious that you're going down there to poke around, ask questions. So, what are you saying? I need some kind of alibi? I'm saying, November takes a deep breath. I'm saying, take me. Take you? Hannah tries not to let her face show her surprise. But we barely know each other, she thinks, although it's only half true. She's only known November a few hours, but she's April's sister. A part of Hannah feels like she's known her much longer. Look, I've never been there. November is speaking fast now, trying to get her point across. To Oxford. I mean, I never saw where April lived and where she died, and honestly, that bothered me. It bothered me then, and it bothers me now. You could bring me down to Oxford and tell Dr. Myers the truth, that Neville's death stirred up some ghosts for me, and I want to lay them to rest by seeing where April lived. I don't think the college authorities would refuse that. No, Hannah says slowly. No, I don't suppose they would. The more she thinks about it, the more it feels like a good plan. There's safety in numbers, and November will be able to ask questions that Hannah can't. We should make sure he's still there, November is saying. What's his full name? Horatio. It feels strange on Hannah's tongue, oddly intimate. She remembers April's words the night of Dr. Myers's party. Horatio's asked me and a couple of girls to go for a drink in town. It seems scarcely believable now. Such a clear crossing of lines. November taps at her phone and then holds it out for Hannah to see. That's him, right? That's him, Hannah says. It's the Pelham College English faculty page. First entry, Professor Horatio Myers, Senior Dean of Arts. A little older,
a little greyer but surprisingly unchanged, much less so than Neville, the hollowed-out ghost of a man staring out from the BBC website. Myers, by contrast, looks sleek, well-fed, like someone who has lived very comfortably in the intervening years. "We're just coming up to Stockbridge Mews, Miss Rain," comes a voice from the front of the car, over the intercom, and Hannah jumps. November presses a button. "Thank you, Arthur." She turns to Hannah. "It was so lovely to meet you, Hannah. This will probably sound stupid, but I feel a lot closer to April than I have in years." Hannah nods. It doesn't sound stupid because she feels the same way. "Are you sure?" she says. "About coming to Oxford? I mean, because you don't have to. If you feel like you have to look after me, then don't. I'll be with Emily, or I can ask Will." "I'm coming because I want to," November says. The car slides to a halt, and Hannah picks up her bag. "Well, thank you, and thank you for the lift. It was nothing. Take care of yourself, Hannah." "I will," Hannah says. She climbs out and watches the car draw away, November's silhouette getting smaller and smaller in the rear window. And, for a moment, she looks so like April that it almost breaks Hannah's heart. After. "You have got to be kidding me!" Will's expression, when Hannah tells him over supper what she is planning, is a mixture of frustration, shock, and confusion. "Why on earth are you going back there? And why now? Right when you should be resting up?" He jerks his head towards the pharmacy bag Hannah left sitting on the arm of the sofa while they ate supper. "The doctor was really clear. She said there's no need for me to cut down on work or anything," Hannah says again, patiently. They have been through this already. It was the first thing she told Will when she walked through the door and found him pacing the living room, Googling high blood pressure in pregnancy on his phone. "It's a really low dose. They give it to pregnant women all the time. I specifically asked her if I should reduce my hours, and she said no need. This is not a big deal. Just to make sure I had a chair and to take plenty of breaks. I mean, this is a break. That's the whole point." "And as for November," Will says, as if she hasn't spoken, "does she understand what you went through? Does she have any idea what she's asking?" "She's not asking for anything. It was my idea to go to Oxford, not hers. And you'd like her, Will," Hannah says. She takes Will's hand, feeling the tendons and the fine bones, rubbing her fingers across his knuckles. She picks it up and kisses the back. "You really would. She's like—" She stops, trying to think how to put it. "She's like April, but I don't know, kinda, maybe. And she does understand, because she's been through something very similar herself." "Was she dragged through the courts?" Will says angrily. "Was she doorstepped every day for months?" "The last one?" Hannah lets Will's hand drop. Almost certainly, yes, Will. She's April's sister. Can you imagine what that must have been like? She was 11 when April was killed. She spent most of her childhood trying to come to terms with that fact, watching her sister get ripped apart in the press, and her dad die from the stress of it. I'm pretty sure she gets it." Will had the grace to look slightly ashamed at that. "I had no idea April's father had died. When did that happen?" "A couple of years ago, I think." Will pushes his plate to one side and puts his head in his hands. When he looks up, his expression is drained, almost gaunt, and his hair is ruffled. "You know, I don't want you to go, right?"
"I know," Hannah says gently. "But I need to do this, Will. I've spoken to Emily. I'm travelling down Thursday and we're going to do a tour of Pelham Friday afternoon. Emily's going to set up a meeting with Dr. Myers."
"On Friday?" Will looks, if anything, even more dismayed. "But I'm working. I won't be able to get the time off at such short notice." "I didn't think you'd want to come. You said yourself you didn't want to dig all this up." "I don't, but I don't want you down there by yourself, meeting up with strange men."
"Hardly strange, Will."
"Possibly very, very strange, if your suspicions are correct."
"And I won't be by myself. I'll be with Emily and November in a very public place."
"I mean, what do you think? He's going to come lurching out of his study with an axe?" "I have no idea," Will says. He stands up now as if his constrained emotions are too great to allow him to continue sitting placidly at the table, and begins to pace the living room. "All I know is I don't want my pregnant wife going to talk to a potential killer."
"I have to do this." Hannah stands too. She knows her voice is rising and her face is flushed. "Don't you understand, Will?"
"No," Will shouts back. "No, I don't understand. I don't understand at all."
There is a moment's silence as they both stand, glaring at each other, and then into the silence comes a resounding bang, bang, bang that makes them both jump. Their downstairs neighbour is pounding on the ceiling with a broom handle, telling them to keep the noise down. "I'm sorry," Hannah says, at the same time that Will says, "Oh, Hannah, love." And then somehow she's in his arms, and he's pressing his lips to the top of her head, and she can feel the tightness in her throat, and the tears prickling at the backs of her eyes. "Please," he whispers into her hair, "please." And she knows what he wants to say. Please don't go. She knows him so well. She can hear the words straining at his lips, knows that he wants to fall on his knees and kiss her bump and beg her not to do this. But instead he says, "Please, be careful, Hannah. I love you so much. If anything happened..." "It won't," she says. She kisses him gently, carefully, and then more urgently, feeling that familiar unfurling inside her, that longing for him that is never quite quenched, that 10 years of him has not been enough to satisfy. "I love you," she says. And he is saying the words back, speaking them against her cheekbone, her throat, the curve of her neck. Now he sits, drawing her onto his lap, and she folds into him, thinking that they won't be able to do this much longer, that soon her bump will be too ungainly. "I love you," she whispers again. And he looks up at her and smiles. And though he is older, and his face has lines of weariness, it is the same smile that first caught her heart that day in the hall at Pelham. She wonders how many times she has traced his features in her mind's eye since then, the crinkles at the corners of his mouth, the crooked bump of his long-heeled broken nose. 100? 1,000? As she lay in bed in New Quad thinking about collections, as she paced the streets of Dodsworth trying not to think about the upcoming trial, as she tried to sleep in her first rented flat in Edinburgh, reading his letters with her heart aching for everything she had left behind. Now She reaches out and touches his face, running her finger down the ridge of his brow and the crook of his nose. And she thinks, "You are mine. You were always mine." "I'll be careful," she says now. "I swear. But I have to do this." And Will simply nods, defeated. After. The train journey is long, but she's booked a first-class ticket, which means a free lunch at her seat. It's on the left-hand side of the train, and as they leave Edinburgh, the line runs alongside the coast for a brief, glorious half-hour, and there is nothing between her and the water but a thin sheet of glass. She sits there, her head resting against the window pane, watching the coastline rise and fall, and the waves beyond sparkling in the autumn sun, and she thinks back to when Will first came to find her, the September after his degree ended. She had been living in Edinburgh for just over a year then, but the city was still strange to her, and she had not explored the countryside around it at all. "Let's go for a picnic," Will had said. "Get out of the city. I hear Tantallon Castle is beautiful." Will didn't have the bike back then, and they went by train, the same line she is travelling now. She remembers the way he spread the rug out over the short sheep-cropped turf, the carefully packed sandwiches, the homemade lemon drizzle cake, the silhouette of the castle dark against the pale blue sky. "Are you happy?" he had asked. And her heart had contracted with a love so intense she had been almost afraid of it. Afterwards, they had climbed down a narrow rocky path to a deserted beach and swum, just the two of them, in the icy water of the North Sea. And then they had made love on the fine-grained sand in the Scottish sunshine, and after, as she lay there in Will's arms, feeling his racing heart slow beneath her cheek, she had thought, "I am happy. For the first time in years. Maybe for the first time since April died. I'm happy." If only she could hold on to that feeling, to her love of Will, to that brief moment of perfect connection and peace. But as the train picks up speed and the line swings inland, the memory slips through her fingers like the fine white sand, faster and faster the more she tries to hold on to it. She changes trains in London and finds a seat on the Oxford service, staring out the window as the train snakes through West London. She had been half expecting a sense of familiarity or déjà vu, but of course the truth is that she only made this journey a handful of times as a student. Once for the open day, a second time for her interview at Pelham, and then again after she came back from Christmas, the time she met Ryan at the station. She doesn't remember staring out the window then, but she must have done. And it's strange to think that the last time she saw these buildings and bushes and fields was one of the last times she was truly carefree. It was before everything changed. When she arrives in Oxford, she waits for everyone else to get off the train so that she can manhandle her suitcase down the steps in peace. But she's surprised when she reaches the carriage door to find a young man waiting there for her, his hand held out. "Here, let me take your case." "Oh, no, seriously, I'm fine," Hannah says. She's momentarily confused. Why is he acting like she's an old lady? Then she looks down and realizes he has seen her bump. The knowledge gives her a strange jolt. She is now visibly, undeniably pregnant, in a way even strangers can't miss. "Thanks," she says at last, and holds out the handle of her case. Thank you very much. He takes it, swings it easily to the ground, and then extends his hand politely to assist her too. Hannah wants to laugh as she puts one hand on his arm. How do you think I get up a whole flight to my flat without your assistance? She wants to ask him, but at the same time she's touched. He's seen something vulnerable in her, and he wants to take care of her, and that's both reassuring and, at the same time, a little unnerving. The taxi drops her outside an imposing stone building, and Hannah walks in, looking around her as she does. "Can I help you, madam?" a woman behind the check-in desk asks, and Hannah nods. Yes, I have a room. Hannah de Chastain, that's C-H-A-S-T. Ah, yes, I have it. The woman breaks in with a smile. A suite for 2 nights, is that correct? A suite? Hannah says, momentarily taken aback. I booked a classic double. I upgraded you, says a voice from behind her, and she turns to see November grinning at her. Don't be annoyed. November, Hannah says, exasperated. I can't. You're only here because I suggested it. I'm here, November says severely, because I asked you to meet with me, and because I rudely inveigled myself onto your trip, and I'm not taking no for an answer. Plus, it's already done. Ask the check-in lady. It's true, the woman behind the desk says with a smile, delighted at being a part of this benevolent conspiracy. It's all paid for. November, Hannah says, but helplessly with a laugh, and November gives her a droll little wink that is so purely April that Hannah's heart tugs inside her. One person, is that right? The check-in woman says, and Hannah nods, while at the same time wishing Will could have been here. A suite! It might be practically their last chance to live it up before the baby arrives. Up in the room, she stands, taking it all in, while the nice porter shows her how to work the lights and open and close the balcony doors. After he's gone, she lies down on the bed for a moment, luxuriating, and then sends Will a series of WhatsApp pictures with the message, "Wish you were here." She's just considering what to do next when there's a knock at the door. When Hannah opens it, November is standing outside, looking, if possible, even more beautiful than earlier. "Hi," she says with a broad smile. "I thought I'd come up and talk about plans. It's..." She glances at her phone. "Almost 4. We're meeting Emily for dinner. Is that right?" "That's right," Hannah nods. 7 p.m. at her flat. Then we're going on the Pelham tour tomorrow afternoon? Yes, then tea with Dr. Myers afterwards. November nods. Her face is sober. So what? She starts, but Hannah's phone buzzes in her hand, and glancing at it, she sees it's Will. "Jealous?" he's written. "Sorry," Hannah says. She's trying not to smile. "You were saying?" "I was just going to ask what time should we set out. I assume you probably want to slump on the bed for a bit beforehand." "I kind of do," Hannah says, surprising herself. She's not normally one for just lying in a hotel room, but she's tired in spite of having done nothing apart from sit on a train. Her back is aching, and there's a twinge deep in her pelvis that feels distinctly odd, probably from sitting in the same position on the hard train seats all day. "Okay, well, I'll come and knock about 6:30 then. I looked it up on maps. I don't think it'll take us more than half an hour to walk." "If that," Hannah says. "Oxford's not very big." "See you later." "See you later," November says. And then, to Hannah's surprise, she leans forwards and kisses Hannah gently on the cheek. "Thank you for this, Hannah."
"Don't be silly," Hannah says awkwardly. "This is hardly fun for either of us."
"I know, but it's not that. It's just... I spent the whole time April was in Oxford begging her to let me stay, and then after she was dead, wondering what her life here had been like. And I never dared to come and find out for myself. I know this can't be easy for you, but I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad I'm with one of April's friends. This feels right. Do you know what I mean?"
"Yes, I know,"
Hannah says. Her heart is tight inside her. She wants to take November's hand and squeeze it, but she's not sure if they know each other well enough yet. "I'm glad you're here too. I miss April a lot, and with you here, it's like having a little bit of April with me," is what she wants to say, but she isn't sure how November will take it, whether she will bristle at being treated like April's ghost or stand-in. But she is like a piece of April, not a shadow or a cheap imitation. November is quite clearly too much her own person for that, but she is also so obviously April's sister that it's impossible not to feel April's presence hovering around them, especially now they are here, back in Oxford after so long. "I don't know. I feel like she's here too. I hope that doesn't sound strange," she says at last, but November only smiles sadly and shakes her head. "It doesn't sound strange. I've spent most of my adult life being haunted by April's ghost. It's sort of comforting to know that you have too."
After. "I can't get over it,"
Emily says again. They are sitting on Emily's sofa, drinking white wine, lemonade in Hannah's case, and after half an hour of slightly awkward small talk, the years are beginning to peel back. It must be more than 5 years since Hannah has seen Emily in person, but she's still the same, sharply impatient, cracking jokes, fiercely ambitious under the self-deprecating veneer.
"Oh, that? I think only 2 people read it, and one was me."
And rolling her eyes at this year's intake of students. They've talked about Emily's research, November's work.
"What exactly is an influencer?"
Emily had asked.
"It sounds like a physics experiment."
And Hannah's pregnancy. Hannah has filled Emily in on Ryan and Hugh and told her how much Will hates his job as an accountant. Emily doesn't say it, but there's a very strong current of "he's wasting an Oxford education" in her replies. Now, though, she sits back, nursing her glass, and looks from Hannah to November, shaking her head.
"Can't get over what?" Hannah asks, laughing. The 2 of you, side by side on the couch. It's messing with my head, like something out of the X-Files. On the one hand, you're pushing 30 and pregnant, and on the other..."
She turns to November, half apologetic.
"I mean, I guess you get told this a lot, but you really look like April."
"I know," November says. "It's one of the reasons I don't go by Clark Cliveden professionally."
"Yep, I get that,"
Emily says. She leans forward, refilling her glass.
"I get my fair share of weirdos just from my small role in what happened. I can't imagine what it would be like to be a Clark Cliveden, or you, Han," she adds apologetically. "I can't believe the way the college washed its hands of you, of all of us, actually, but especially you. They just let you drop out."
"I know, that's what Hugh said," Hannah says, remembering. He reckoned these days it would be all compulsory post-trauma counselling and CBT. But back then, how did he put it? Chin up and we'll go easy on you in the exams.
Ain't that the truth? Emily says dryly. There's no way I deserved a first, and I'm pretty sure Hugh wouldn't even have passed if it wasn't for April. I mean, I don't want to make it sound like a silver lining, because a cloud that shit doesn't have any kind of lining, but he spent his entire time at Pelham scraping through. I don't honestly think he really belonged there.
You think? Hannah is surprised, though perhaps she shouldn't be. She thinks back to Hugh's perpetually worried expression, his frequent complaints about the workload, and the way the night of April's death he had confided his worries about the exams, and his desperate fear of letting his parents down. At the time, she had thought that was just Hugh, and medicine, an anxious high achiever taking a grueling course. Now, though, she wonders, maybe Hugh was struggling. The thought makes her feel disloyal. They wouldn't have let him in if that were true, she says now. I mean, what's that exam called, the one they do for medicine? The BMAT. It's supposed to be really hard. Will told me once that Hugh aced it. He was practically guaranteed a place, his marks were so high. Emily opens her mouth, but before she can reply, a buzzer goes off in the kitchen.
Ah, that's the tagine. I've made chickpea tagine, is that okay? I wasn't sure if you were veggie or anything, she says to November, so I played it safe.
I actually am vegetarian, November says with a smile, so that sounds delicious. As Emily disappears into the little kitchen to check on the food, Hannah rises and looks around the room. It's sparsely decorated. No photos, no mementos of Emily's travels or pictures of her family. Only books and a couple of antique maps on the wall. It's a room that is hard to read, a little like Emily herself. Reserved, austere, a little severe, perhaps.
What are you hoping to find?
The voice comes from behind her, and she swings round to see Emily standing there, hands on hips. How do you mean? Hannah asks. For a minute, she's unsure whether Emily means here in Oxford or here in her house. Was she accusing Hannah of snooping? What am I hoping to find in Oxford, or just generally?
At Pelham, I suppose I meant, but yes, generally. Are you looking for something specific?
Not really, Hannah says. She exchanges a quick glance with November. They haven't discussed how much to tell Emily. The story they are presenting to Dr. Myers is one they have agreed on. November got in touch with Hannah, asking about memories of her sister, and Hannah agreed to show her around Pelham and contact a few friends. But they never spoke about Emily. On the one hand, Hannah has an instinct to hug her agenda to herself, but on the other, Will, Hugh and Ryan know that she has been digging into the past. Does it really make sense to keep Emily in the dark? The truth is, she stops, glances again at November. November says nothing. Her expression is supportive, but Hannah can't read anything more from it. She half wishes November would mouth, "Go on," or step in with the cover story. The truth is, she begins again, I've started to wonder about April's death, ever since that reporter got in touch.
Fuck.
Emily puts her hand to her forehead.
I knew I shouldn't have told you about him. Was it me set you wondering? Because if it was...
No, not really, Hannah says. I mean, you were the first person to tell me about Geraint, but if I'm honest, she stops, trying to think how to phrase it. When I met him, after I met him, I realised that a lot of the stuff he was saying, they were doubts I'd been having too. I just hadn't admitted it to myself.
Wait, so you think he's right?
Emily looks genuinely shocked.
Han, I told you about Geraint to warn you he was sniffing around, not sign you up to his agenda. He's just another conspiracist. These journalists, they all want to believe their pet theory is right so they can write their magnum opus, April, My Truth, and get a Netflix true crime documentary off the back of it. The evidence was there. Neville was convicted. It's not your fault if his defense didn't do their job.
It's not that, Hannah says, slightly nettled. But Geraint's come up with genuinely new information. He's told me stuff I had no idea about.
Like what?
Emily says sceptically. Like, Hannah begins, and then she pauses. Like the fact that April sent Ryan a positive pregnancy test, was what she had been going to say, but the words feel like a betrayal of Ryan's trust in her. He and Emily may not be together anymore, but this is no small thing she's about to reveal. Does Hannah really have the right to blurt all this out without consulting Ryan? And yet, Emily is her friend too. She has the right to know. Hannah bites her lip, trying to think how to phrase it. How do you tell someone their boyfriend was cheating on them for a whole year and may have had a solid motive for murder?
Yes, Emily prods. I'm fascinated to hear this journalist's conspiracy theories, but I'm finding it quite hard to imagine what kind of evidence would counteract an eyewitness.
Maybe it's the audible air quotes she puts around evidence, and the implied dig at Hannah for taking Geraint's concerns seriously, but something about Emily's tone prickles at Hannah in spite of herself. She hears Hugh's voice in her head reciting April's words.
She said it was Emily's fault for being so stuck up and pleased with her own intellect.
Well, for one thing, Hannah says, her voice level, I had no idea that April played a trick on you right before she was killed. It wasn't what she'd been intending to say, but it is said now, and there's no taking it back. Emily's mouth has compressed into a thin, grim line, and she folds her arms and stares at Hannah.
What exactly are you implying?
Nothing, Hannah says uncomfortably. I mean, look, none of us were ever suspects. You know that. We had no opportunity. But if she was doing that to you, who else might she have pissed off? It sounds like she was on a tear that last week. She was pranking everyone.
Everyone except you,
Emily says a little coldly. She is surveying Hannah in a way Hannah doesn't quite like. She had forgotten how icily direct Emily could be, the way she ignores the polite, woolly conventions that most people use to cushion discomforting truths. Emily has never shied away from saying something because it was awkward or painful. Yes, Hannah says rather slowly. Everyone except me.
The girl making eyes at her boyfriend,
Emily says. Hang on, November says, but Hannah holds out a hand to say, no, I can handle this. I beg your pardon, she says to Emily.
I'm just saying,
Emily says with a shrug. She's recovered herself now, and she gives a little laugh and moves down to the other end of the room, where there are olives and breadsticks laid out on the table.
If we're chucking motives about, it was pretty obvious those last few weeks. You could practically hear the swelling orchestral chords whenever Will looked at you. And so what? Yes, I was pissed off at her. That A-level stunt she pulled was vile, and the planning that she'd put into it... I'm sorry, she says, turning to November. I know she was your sister, and I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but when you think someone is your friend, and then they do something like that, and you realize that the whole time you've been there supporting them, having coffee with them, sharing drinks, they've been plotting how to fuck you up? It leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Do you know what I mean?
It's okay, November says. She smiles a little sadly. I have no illusions about April. I loved her, I still do, but I know the person she was. She could be incredibly kind, but she wasn't always.
No, she wasn't,
Emily says, rather shortly. She puts down her glass a little too hard so that the wine slops and then disappears again into the kitchen. Hannah makes an "oh my God" gesture to November, putting her head in her hands and miming her own stupidity at putting Emily's back up. "Should I tell her?" she whispers, under cover of the clank of pots and pans. "About Dr. Myers?" "It's up to you," November whispers back. "I mean, doesn't she work here now? Would it put her in a difficult situation?"
"I don't think so. Emily works for Balliol, is a different college. It's not like we'd be making accusations about one of her colleagues." "One of whose colleagues?" Emily says, making Hannah jump and turn around to where Emily is standing in the kitchen doorway. She is holding a huge casserole filled with steaming chickpeas, plump apricots and savoury spices, and it smells incredible. Hannah and November watch as she manoeuvres it onto the mat in the centre of the table, and then Emily says again, "You were saying about someone's colleagues?" "Well, so, that's the real reason we're down," Hannah says. "I'm sorry I said that about the prank April pulled on you. That was stupid. But I was thinking about the layout of the staircase, the fact that Neville was convicted because no one could have entered the building between him leaving and us coming in." "Right," Emily says slowly. She is dishing out tagine and couscous into 3 bowls, a furrow between her black brows, unsure where this is going. Unless they were already in there." Emily stops. She puts a bowl down in front of November and looks hard at Hannah. "Hannah, what are you saying? You're saying that someone else on the staircase?" "I'm saying it's possible. The 2 guys below, Henry and Philip, they had alibis. They were both together all night in Henry's room, and they gave evidence at the trial about hearing April walking around on the floor above from about 10:45 and answering the door to someone. And the rooms below them, rooms 1 and 2, room 1 was empty. It was used for some kind of scout storage. And the girl in room 2 had her boyfriend over. I know because I knocked on the door on my way down and they came out together. But Dr. Myers, he was never questioned at the trial. He didn't come out and see what was going on. Why wouldn't he come out when he heard me screaming like that?" "Yes, why wouldn't he?" Emily says very slowly. "Unless he had something to hide." Fuck. I can't believe the police didn't rule him out, though. I mean, maybe they did and we just didn't hear about it. But, on the other hand, maybe they just never suspected him. What would his motive be? "Well, that's a good point," Emily says. "What would his motive be?" Hannah looks down at her plate. She has to tell Emily. It isn't fair not to. She takes a deep breath. "Well, we think April may have been pregnant." She's not sure what she's expecting from Emily. Shock, maybe, or a flicker of something indicating that she already knew. Neither comes. Instead, a deep, weary sadness spreads over Emily's face. "Fuck," she says very quietly. "Oh my God, that's awful. Why didn't they bring it up at the trial?" According to Geraint, Neville's defence thought it would look bad.
November says. You know, victim blaming. But if Myers was the father, it wouldn't have gone down well with the college, would it?
Or his wife, Emily says. You know he's married.
What? Hannah is more puzzled than shocked. When? Recently?
No, forever. He was married when we were at Pelham.
What? Now Hannah really is shocked.
But where was his wife, then? Have they separated? I don't think so. Fellowship abroad or something. But she came back the following year, after you left, and he moved out of Pelham and into a rather nice house in Jericho with her. I think they're still there. She's a professor at Wadham.
Shit, November says. She looks very sober, in spite of the glass of white wine she's holding. Hannah has a sudden visceral longing for a glass herself, even though she hasn't drunk since she held her own positive pregnancy test in her hand.
And this is why you're going to see him tomorrow?
Emily says. She looks rattled now, her cool composure shattered.
To try to... what? Trap him into something? Confront him?
Not confront him, no, Hannah says impatiently. She digs her spoon into the tagine as if the gesture can somehow restore the normality of the situation. I'm not stupid. We're going to talk to him, that's all.
I mean...
Emily stops. She folds her hands in her lap as if she's trying to think how to compose something, and then starts again.
Look, if you think your evidence at the trial could have been based on a mistaken premise, then I can understand you wanting to get to the bottom of that, but this could be dangerous.
It won't be dangerous, Hannah says, rather cross now. This is not what she wants. She doesn't want Emily echoing Will's concerns. As far as Myers is concerned, November and I are just two grieving people remembering April in her last year. He doesn't need to know anything else.
I really think
this is Hannah's decision, November puts in. And Hannah shoots her a grateful look. Yes, thank you. If Myers is guilty, which is a pretty big if, he'd be absolutely insane to try anything. We'll be together in broad daylight. He's hardly going to gun a pregnant former student down just for coming on a tour of Pelham.
Ugh,
Emily says now, as if frustrated. She runs her hand through her hair, leaving the stiff waves mussed and tousled, and then rubs under the nose clips of her glasses before resettling them.
I wish I could come with you, but I've got tutorials. Will you promise me you'll be careful? And will you report back tomorrow night?
Of course we'll be careful, Hannah says firmly. She picks up her spoon again and takes another bite of tagine. And yes, I'll report back tomorrow night. Shall we have dinner somewhere in town?
Okay,
Emily says reluctantly.
I'll make a reservation and text you.
Okay, Hannah says. Good. Now, let's eat dinner. I'm starving. After. The next day, as she walks down the high street towards Pelham College, Hannah thinks she knows what Emily meant the night before about seeing her and November on the couch together. The sense that she's stepping back in time is overwhelming, almost sickeningly so. Oxford doesn't change, that's part of it. Sure, some of the shops and cafes have different names, but the buildings, the road, the river, the skyline, it's so close to how she remembers it that it gives her a surreal, dreamlike feeling, and a sense of something so strong, it's almost nausea washes over her as she crosses Pelham Street and nears the porter's lodge. It's not nostalgia because she has no real wish to be back here. It's something else, a sense almost of the past
pressing down on her, suffocating her. And November's presence beside her is part of that, like a living ghost of April. "I'm sorry," she says to November as they draw level with the huge wooden gate, the miniature door within a door. "I'm sorry, can we just... I need a second." "Sure," November says. She looks concerned, and they stand for a minute, Hannah resting one hand against the golden stone of the outer wall, trying to steady herself. "You can do this. He won't be in there." "Okay," she says at last, and she is, because the picture in her head is not of Neville as he was then, tall and broad and terrifying, but of the man in the article, the frail, elderly man in his prison uniform. She feels her breathing steady. "Okay, I'm ready." "Are you sure?" November asks, a little anxiously now, "because we really don't have to. We can bow out, send our apologies. I can say I couldn't face it. People will understand." "No, I'm fine. I want to do this." "Okay," November says. She puts out her hand towards the big metal handle of the inner door. "Sure?" "Sure." As she nods, November pushes on the centuries-old door, and it opens, and together they duck through, and then, for the first time in more than 10 years, Hannah is inside Pelham College. It hasn't changed either. That's the first thing she thinks. It hasn't changed at all. There's the porter's lodge to the right under the arch. There's a kind of sick, reflexive lurch in her stomach as she remembers all the times she scurried past, head down, panic choking her in case he was there. But now she forces herself to stop and look. Really look. 2 elderly men are standing behind the counter, white shirts straining over ample stomachs. But Neville is just a ghost in her imagination, and she doesn't know either of them. November leads the way into the porter's lodge and steps up to the counter. "Hi, we're here for a tour? My name is November Rain. This is Hannah de Chastain. We're here to look around the college, and then we're meeting with Dr. Myers." "November Rain?" the older of the 2 men says thoughtfully, running his finger down what looks like some kind of appointments ledger. Then he nods. "Gotcha. I think Dr. Myers wanted to show you around himself. Let me give him a tinkle." November shoots Hannah a look, and Hannah bites her lip. This isn't what they had discussed. Emily had simply said that the master was happy for them to have a tour. There had been no discussion of who would be showing them around, and somehow Hannah had imagined someone neutral, unknown to them both, someone who didn't know their history and their connection to Pelham. But of course this makes sense. The porter is speaking on the phone, nodding and yesing by turns. Then he puts the receiver down and turns back to them. "He's coming down. Park yourselves in a corner, or maybe you'd prefer to wait on the bench outside." November looks at Hannah with a raised eyebrow, then answers for them both. "I think we'd rather wait outside, soak up the last of the sun." "Right you are," the porter says cheerfully, and they let themselves out. Outside, November looks even more rattled than Hannah feels. "Yikes. Is this okay?" "I think so," Hannah says slowly. "I mean, I can't think what difference it makes. It's going to be hard to discuss anything in front of him, but then that would probably have been the case whoever showed us round. We could hardly have stood there going, 'Oh, yes, look, this is where Dr. Myers might have done it.'" "Yes," November says. She is beginning to look calmer, less alarmed. "Yes, you're right. Yes, it'll be fine, won't it? It's just a tour." "It's just a tour." Well, well, well. The voice comes from behind them, and at the sound of it, Hannah's adrenaline spikes so hard it feels like a jolt of electricity pulsing through her. Hannah Jones! She shuts her eyes, counts to 3. Her heart is pounding. Think of the baby. She thinks of the baby. She thinks of April. She thinks of the blood pressure tablet she swallowed this morning with her breakfast orange juice. She takes a deep breath, opens her eyes, and turns. He is there, Dr. Horatio Myers. A little older, a little greyer around the temples, but still the same Byronic, wind-swept hair, the same slightly self-conscious tweed jacket, like someone playing the part of an academic. "Dr. Myers," she says. "How very lovely to see you here, Hannah." His tone is perfect, she realizes, as he takes one of her hands in his, pressing it between his palms. It's welcoming but also grave, and an acknowledgement that this isn't just any alumnus coming back for Auld Lang Syne, but something rather different, rather more painful. "Although it is, in fact, Professor Myers these days," he adds, taking away a little from his air of solicitude. "Congratulations," Hannah says, unsure what else to say. "And this must be November," Professor Myers says, turning to her. "You look so like your sister." "I know," November says, a little acidly, reminding him that this isn't exactly an uncomplicated thing for her. She softens the remark with a smile before Dr. Myers has to fumble to extricate himself. "Thank you for showing us around. Well, I won't pretend this is easy, but it felt like something I needed to do. My father died 2 years ago, and he took so many memories of April with him. Ever since then, I felt the need to forge my own." It's beautifully done. Hannah almost forgets her nerves in admiration of November's performance. If she could, she would applaud. It's so pitch-perfect, it's almost April. She doesn't doubt the sincerity for a second, even though she knows that's absolutely not why they're here. "Well, I'm glad to do what little I can to help, my dear," Dr. Myers says. "Now, where shall we begin? I'm rather partial to the library myself." Hannah wants to roll her eyes. She can't remember April spending more than 5 minutes in the library. It sounds more as if they're here for a tour of Dr. Myers's favourite hangouts, not something personal to April at all. But then again, it's Dr. Myers they're here to observe, so perhaps that's to the good. "The library it is," November is saying with a smile. "Lead on, Macduff." "Well, my dear," Dr. Myers says, as they set off across the old quad towards the chapel cut-through, "far be it from me to begin by acting the professor, but considering our destination, I cannot allow that to go uncorrected. The quotation is, in fact, 'lay on, Macduff,' coming as it does in the context of a sword fight, the reference being, one is invited to infer, an invitation to lay the first blow. And in fact, Pelham has one of the very few extant first folios, so I may, if we are extremely lucky, be permitted to show you the original line in its very earliest remaining printed form." His tone is light, conversational, just the slightest touch condescending, the tone of a tutor expounding on his favourite subject to his favourite tutee. And suddenly, it is as if Hannah never left. It is perhaps an hour later, and they have done the library, the junior common room, the chapel, the great hall, and the bar, which means there is only one logical destination left.
As they cross Old Quad and pass under the Charwell Arch, Hannah knows where they are heading, and she feels something inside her tense, preparing herself for what comes next. The baby moves uneasily, as if sensing her nerves. They cross the lawn of the Fellows' garden, by right now, Hannah has to assume, since they are in the company of a fellow, but as they come out of the shadow of the master's lodgings and into the sunshine of New Quad, Dr. Myers stops.
Now, as you may know, as Hannah undoubtedly knows, this is New Quad. I assume, I don't wish to presume, your sister's room.
He looks doubtfully from Hannah to November, as if unsure how to phrase this. Do you want to see where your sister was murdered? Hannah can understand his hesitation. There is no established social formula for asking this question. Yes, I'd like to see the set, if that's possible, November says firmly, but I understand if it's not.
Well, normally in term time, access to student rooms would be difficult, but in point of fact,
Dr. Myers says,
in point of fact, the room, actually the whole staircase, was turned over to office use in the aftermath of your sister's death.
Ah, November says, with understanding. It makes sense, Hannah supposes. Staircase 7 must have been notorious among the other students, and she can't imagine the parents of any brand-new fresher wanting their daughter to spend their first year at university walking in the footsteps of a murdered student. Yes, I can understand that. Well, in that case, yes, I would like to see it if that's possible, but perhaps Hannah would like a rest. She turns to Hannah, raising one eyebrow. Hannah, would you like to sit down here and wait while Professor Myers shows me up to the room? Yes, Hannah wants to say. Her feet hurt. Her feelings are churning. The baby is fluttering nervously inside her, responding to her spiking pulse. She knows November is deliberately giving her an out, if she wants it. No, she hears herself saying. I want to come. She has come this far. She can't turn back now. As they walk around the edge of the quad, she feels a strange unreality taking over. They are walking, the three of them, to the site of Hannah's worst ever experience. But as they crunch along the gravel, it's happier memories that crowd her mind. She remembers herself and Emily picnicking on the banks of the Charwell. She recognizes the bench where Ryan carved his name one summer night, and the archway to staircase 3 that some enterprising student taped up for a rag-week prank. The sun is lowering in the sky. Lights are coming on all around the quad. The figures beside her are dim in the gathering dusk. She could have slipped back in time, walking with April and Hugh back to the set one winter's night. They follow Dr. Myers under the arch to staircase 7, and Hannah feels the stone beneath her feet, familiar even after 10 years. There is the same momentary step into darkness before the lights flicker on up the staircase, the same slight delay. There is the same echo as they move upward. Dr. Myers has stopped his running commentary, as if he is not quite sure what to say. They pass rooms 1 and 2, where the slips of paper bearing the names of students have been replaced by ones reading Stores and Admissions 1, and then move up, landing by landing. Some of the doors stand open, and inside Hannah can see not beds and students, but desks and administrators, all the myriad back-office functions of a busy college, hard at work. On the top floor, the door to the set is closed, and Dr. Myers pauses on the landing and gives a little rat-a-tat-tat. "Come in," calls a female voice with a slight Yorkshire accent, and Dr. Myers pushes on the door and enters, holding it with his hand so that Hannah and November can see past him. Inside, there are 2 empty desks, a bunch of filing cabinets and box files, and a woman standing by the window putting on her coat. "Oh, hello, Horatio. Can I help? I was just off."
Hello, Dawn. Dawn, this is a former student of mine, Hannah.
He waves a hand at Hannah, and the woman nods politely, seemingly without recognition.
I was giving her a tour, and she expressed a desire to see her old room. Are we disturbing you?
Not at all. As I say, I was just off. Would you lock up after me?
Of course.
Dr. Myers takes the keys she holds out and gives a little bow.
I will leave them at the lodge?
That'd be great. Sorry I can't stay. Got to pick up the kids from the Minders. See you Monday. Nice to meet you, ladies.
Have a good weekend, Dawn.
Hannah stands back to let the woman leave, and then, after she's gone, she steps forward into the room, feeling the past close around her like a fist.
You'll find it's rather different, I'm afraid,
Dr. Myers is saying. But his voice comes as if from a long way off, hardly breaking into her thoughts. This is where she, April, and the others played strip poker the very first night they met. That mark on the windowsill was where April burned a hole in the oak with a lit joint. This, her hand touches the ancient wood of the doorway. This was her bedroom. Dr. Myers? Her voice sounds odd in her own ears, too harsh and abrupt, but she can't think of how else to ask.
Dr. Myers, could you give us a moment, alone? Well, Dr. Myers flashes a look at the unattended laptops and files, and then almost unwillingly at the place on the floor where April's body was found. There is a short silence as they all stare at the rug in front of the fire. Hannah wonders what he is thinking. Is he remembering what he did? Somehow here, in his presence, it's harder to believe than ever. Surely there should be a sense of evil coming from a man who killed a young girl in cold blood. A sense of guilt. But Hannah feels nothing. Nothing but the same immense sadness they all share. Then, as if making up his mind, he nods. Yes, I'm sure I can do that. Take all the time you need.
He backs out of the door. There is a moment's silence as it closes behind him, and then Hannah hears November let out a trembling breath. So this is it.
This is it.
I wasn't expecting to feel so, I don't know, affected. I thought you might be shaken going back, but I thought for me it would be just another room, but it's not.
No, Hannah says. No, it's not.
And it isn't.
Although it looks like any back office, this is, after all, where April lived and laughed, studied and slept. And it's where she died.
Which was her room?
That one,
Hannah says,
pointing to the door to the left of the window. She moves across to it, opens the door. She's almost expecting to find it just as April left it, but of course it has been transformed into an office like the others. There's a single desk, a rather bigger one than the 2 outside, a whiteboard covered with notes, and a lot more files. This room obviously belongs to the boss of the little department. Her bed was there, she says, pointing. She had a desk there, and an armchair there, non-regulation. Nothing April had was ever just the standard college stuff, apart from the bed and the wardrobe. And it was a dump. It was always a dump. Clothes everywhere, nail polish, half-written essays. Pills, she thinks, but doesn't say. November gives a shaky laugh.
I can believe that.
Her room at home was always awful. Our cleaner used to try to get it into some kind of order once in a while, and then April would go raging around the house saying she couldn't find anything, which was a complete joke because she couldn't find anything anyway. She was always leaving stuff strewn around. She moves across to the window, looking out at the rooftops of Pelham, past the steeple of the chapel, over the outer wall. In the distance, the river is winding its way slowly, glittering in the last failing rays of sun. What a beautiful view, isn't it? We were so lucky, and we didn't even know it. Hannah moves across beside her, rests her hand on her chin. You know, one time, I came up the stairs and I heard April screaming in here. I came running into her room. Let me guess, November breaks in, a little dryly. Another prank? This was before I'd learned to be quite so suspicious. I raced in, and at first I couldn't see April at all. Then I saw it, 2 pale hands clutching at the windowsill. What? November says with a short laugh, a mix of puzzlement and amusement on her face. How on earth? We're about 4 floors up, aren't we? Look down, Hannah says, and November peers over the sill and then begins to laugh in earnest. Okay, I get it. She lowered herself out to stand on that bay window. Yep. Except then, she couldn't get back in. She wasn't tall enough to get a purchase on the sill, and I wasn't strong enough to pull her up. In the end, she had to shimmy down the drain pipe. They both stare out at the rusted drain pipe that runs down beside the bay window, serving the flats below, and November gives a little smile. Well, that sounds like April. There is a moment's silence. Do you think, November starts, and then glances over her shoulder at the closed bedroom door, as if she is looking for someone, worried about being overheard. Do I think he did it? Hannah says. She has lowered her voice, even though it's unlikely Dr. Myers would be able to hear them from outside 2 thicknesses of wood, and they would have heard him re-enter the set. November nods. Hannah shrugs. I have no idea. Before we came here, it felt like the best possibility, but now I just don't know. They go out into the main office again and stand there, both looking at the spot where April was found. It was there, wasn't it? November says at last. I recognize it from the photos. Yep, Hannah says shortly. Suddenly, she very much does not want to be here. The memories are too close, crowding in on her with painful intensity. April sprawled across the rug, her cheeks still flushed and streaked with the afterglow of the copper makeup. She sways, steps to try to catch her balance. She feels suddenly as if she might faint. Are you okay? November asks, alarmed at something in her face. You've gone really pale. Sit down. Hannah nods and gropes her way to a chair. There's a knock at the door and November barks. Just a minute! Hannah's feeling a bit faint. Oh, of course, Dr. Myers's worried voice comes through the wood. Anything I can do? No, she just needs to sit down for a moment. I'm okay, Hannah manages. I can go. He can fuck off, November snarls. You're sitting here until you feel okay. That'll be a long time, Hannah wants to say, but she knows what November means. She knows, too, that it's the truth. She will never really be okay again. Something broke in her the night of April's murder. Something nothing will ever be able to mend. Not Will's love or her mother's care. Not the baby in her belly. Not the fragile peace she has constructed in Edinburgh. I'm okay, she says now, and she stands carefully, steadying herself on the desk. There's just one more thing.
November watches uneasily as she moves to the other side of the room, to the door to the right of the window, and pushes it open. Inside, it's been transformed into a kind of stationery store, along with boxes of jiffies, headed paper, envelopes, pens, and branded Pelham maps and leaflets. She stands looking, trying to remember, and then a last shaft of evening sun breaks through the autumn clouds and falls through the leaded window, slanting across the old oak boards, and suddenly there it is. In her old room, with her bed to the right, her old desk across from her, and she is there too. Hannah. Not the Hannah of now, but the Hannah of then. The Hannah of before. Young, happy, full of hope and promise, and so unbearably, unutterably innocent of all the horror that life could hold. She stands for a moment, looking at the shadow of the girl she left behind, bidding her goodbye. And then she lets the door close and turns to face the present. After.
So, how did it go?
Emily, Hannah remembers with a sigh, is nothing if not direct. They've done the obligatory small talk, ordered and received their food, but now she's getting down to business. It went okay, I think. She turns to November for confirmation, but November is winding ramen around her chopsticks and only shrugs.
Okay? What does that mean? Did he do it? That's what I'm asking.
Hannah cannot suppress a flinch, and even Emily has the grace to look abashed.
Sorry, that was a bit brutal, but isn't that why you're here? Did he explain anything? Did he say why he didn't come out to help?
He did, November says. She sucks noodles into her mouth, then swallows. He wasn't there.
What?
That's his story. He wasn't there. That's why he didn't hear anything, why he didn't come out to help, why he was never called to give evidence in court. He was presenting at a conference in Cambridge and stayed the night there. He didn't see or hear anything.
Is that true?
Emily demands. She looks from November to Hannah as if they are the ones covering up for Dr. Myers.
I mean, it's a bit too convenient for him, don't you think?
I have no idea, Hannah says a little wearily. But it's what he said when November asked him if he could tell us anything about that night. And it would have been pretty easy to check at the time, so if the police accepted it, I would imagine yes, it's true.
So you're back at square one?
Emily says. Maybe, Hannah says.
So does that mean that maybe you're not back at square one? That you found something out?
It just means maybe, Hannah says, a little more acidly this time. She is regretting her choice of words now. The truth is that she is not sure if they are back at square one. Something has been gnawing at her since her conversation in the set with November, something November made her see with fresh eyes, but she's not sure she wants to share it with Emily. Not yet. Not while she's still figuring out the implications. In the cab back to the hotel, November turns to Hannah. Are you okay? How do you mean? Hannah shifts in her seat. She can't get comfortable. The seatbelt is cutting into her bump, and her spine aches from the fashionable backless benches in the restaurant. Is this about me saying I didn't want coffee? I was just tired, that's all. I didn't mean that. It was the way you went quiet halfway through the meal. I wondered if something had happened. Shit. Hannah bites her lip. Was it that obvious? It was a bit. November looks awkward. I mean, Emily started grilling you about Dr. Myers and you just clammed up. Did I miss something? I mean, that was what we went there to find out, wasn't it? It wasn't like she was asking anything we hadn't been thinking. No, Hannah says. She rubs her face. What she said to November about feeling tired was an understatement. Are you worrying that Myers's alibi doesn't hold up? November asks anxiously. I was thinking about that earlier. I mean, he could have come back after establishing his alibi at the conference. Hannah shakes her head. I really don't think so. I mean, when? The porters would have seen him coming through the main gates, and if he'd used one of the unmanned ones, he would have had to swipe in, and his bod card would have been recorded. I mean, something strikes her for the first time. I guess there's always the possibility he climbed over that gap in the wall. A gap in the wall? November sounds puzzled, and Hannah realizes that of course she wouldn't know any of this. It's strange, she's so like April, and she clearly knows so much about their friendships and their time at Pelham that it's hard for Hannah to remember that she was never actually there, that this is all just second-hand information to her. Pelham is completely walled, she explains, and mostly it's pretty secure, but there was this one place behind Clothes where you could climb over. It was on the route you'd take back from the station, but I can't see Myers doing that. That was something the students did to avoid going the long way round after the gates were locked, not a member of staff on his way back from a conference. So, what, then? November says diffidently. She looks uncomfortable, like she is trying not to pry but is genuinely worried about Hannah's silence. Hannah's phone beeps, and she glances down at it in her lap. It's from Will. How did it go? Can you talk? Hang on, she says to November. It's Will. I need to take this. He's been worried. She dials him back, and he picks up on the first ring. Hey, are you okay? How was it? I'm fine. I'm in the cab back to the hotel with November, so I won't talk for too long, but the meeting was... he was nice, helpful. She knows it sounds like she's reviewing a hotel receptionist, but she doesn't know how else to put it. I don't think it was him, Will. What do you mean? Will's voice is uneasy on the other end. How can you tell? He wasn't there. November asked him outright what he'd seen, and he said he was away that evening. That was why he was never called to give evidence or anything. I'm assuming the police would check up on something like that, so I'm guessing it's true. There's a long silence at the other end of the line, as if Will is thinking about something. Will? There's another silence. Then Will clears his throat. I'm sure you're right. If he's got an alibi, he's got an alibi. So, you're coming home? Yes. Great. The relief in his voice is unmistakable. I'm glad. I know you wanted to do this, but I'm glad it's over and you've got your worries out of your system. Now, it's Hannah's turn to fall silent. Will waits for her to respond, and then says a little more sharply, Hannah, it is over, isn't it? Hannah says. She's not sure what she's going to say. She only knows that she won't, lie to Will. But the truth is, she's not sure it is over. That realization that came to her on the tour is preying more and more on her mind. She just needs some time to think, to figure out what it means. Hannah, Will says now, and she can hear the note of warning in his voice and also the frustration. Love, this is ridiculous. Please, 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 just leave it. You've done enough poking around. This is getting stupid.
You're not some kind of pregnant Miss Marple.
He probably means the last words for a note of levity, trying to soften his obvious anxious irritation, but it hits a false note. It makes him sound glib, dismissive, and Hannah, already tense, feels her hackles rise. I'm glad you find April's death so funny. She knows the words are unfair as soon as she says them, but they're out, and she can't take them back.
Hannah, that's not what I was saying, and you know it,
Will says, his voice deliberately even.
Look, I think I've been pretty reasonable.
It's that tone again, that autocratic, lord of the manor, I'm the boss here tone. Pretty reasonable? She strives to keep the sarcasm out of her voice, but it's there. Pretty reasonable. Like giving me permission to go poking around, is that what you mean? How very reasonable of you.
Hannah,
he says, and now she can tell his temper is really frayed, and that he's holding on to the threadbare edges as hard as he can, his voice brittle with the effort.
You knew I didn't want you to go. You're 6 months pregnant, for fuck's sake. You shouldn't be digging up some cold case that no one cares about.
No one cares, she cries, so that November and the taxi driver look at her in surprise. If April's killer is walking free, then I care, Will. And I can't believe that you don't.
How dare you?
Will shouts back now, loud enough that she has to hold the phone away from her ear.
How fucking dare you? I care. I care just as much as you, but the fact that I don't want my pregnant wife putting our unborn...
She hangs up. Her hands are shaking. Her heart is thumping so hard in her chest that she feels like she might be sick. Think of the baby, think of the baby. Hannah? November says tentatively. Hannah, are you okay?
No. No, I'm not, Hannah says harshly. Her fists are clenched. She has never been so angry at Will. At Will. This is Will, she reminds herself. Will, who has loved her, waited for her, saved her from herself in so many ways since they were both just teenagers themselves. And right now, she hates him. What happened? She wants me to pretend there's nothing wrong, she said shortly. And I can't. I wish I could, but... And then, realizing they are almost at the hotel, she says to the taxi driver, Sorry, can you stop at the supermarket? I need to grab something. The driver pulls up outside a Tesco Metro, and Hannah gets out. Her pulse is still racing, but she knows it will do her good to stretch her legs for a moment, walk off some of her anger, stretch her aching back. November gets out after her, her face worried. Hannah? I just need to get some Gaviscon. I've got heartburn. Okay, says November, following her into the almost painful brightness of the little store. But what did you mean? You can't pretend nothing's wrong? I don't know, Hannah says. She grabs a basket and begins to walk the aisles, scanning for the pharmaceutical section. It was when we were in April's room. I realized something that made me think that perhaps... She swallows. Perhaps we'd all been looking at this the wrong way. What do you mean? It was when we were leaning out of the window, Hannah says. She's found the Gaviscon now, a box of pills rather than the liquid she's used to, but it will have to do. She checks the label, suitable for pregnancy. I'd forgotten that April climbed down one time. Yes, you told me, November says, looking puzzled, but I don't see... Then she halts in her tracks, in the middle of the aisle. Her eyes are wide under the fluorescent lights. Wait, maybe I do. Are you thinking someone could have... She stops, as if she doesn't want to say it. Someone could have killed April and then climbed out the window.
Hannah finishes for her. She pays for the Gaviscon at a self-service till and then turns to face November.
We've all been focusing on the fact that no one could have got into the building after Neville left. But that's not the issue. The issue is that no one could have got out, or so we assumed. If Neville's last sighting of April alive was correct, then Hugh and I had the staircase in view the whole time. But what if the killer didn't use the stairs? What if he, or she, climbed out the window?
Hang on, November says. They are walking to the exit now, and she runs her hands through her short hair as if trying to cudgel her brains into action. If someone was already in the set when Neville went up there, he would have seen them.
Not if whoever it was stayed in April's bedroom. I've been thinking about this all evening, trying to piece it together, and it all fits. By Neville's own account, he never went farther than the living room.
So you're saying...
I'm saying someone went up there to see April, probably with the intention of killing her. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment crime of passion thing, or the students below would have heard an argument. It must have been planned, someone waiting for their chance to surprise her. So whoever it was lulled her into a false sense of security, and then while they were talking, Neville knocked. April went out to talk to him, and the killer stayed in the bedroom. Then they came out and killed her as soon as Neville shut the door.
But they couldn't have known Neville would come up, November says slowly. Hannah shakes her head.
No, I don't think that part was planned. I think it was just the killer's good luck that Neville gave them the perfect alibi.
The timing would work. They have reached the taxi, and November opens the door and slides back inside. Her face, golden in the sulphurous yellow of the street lamp, is troubled. It would make sense of Neville's story, and it would explain why you never saw anyone coming out after him. But, wait, how would whoever it was know not to take the stairs? They had no way of knowing you were waiting at the bottom.
I've been thinking about that, Hannah says. She feels more than a little sick, and it has as much to do with what she is about to say as it does with the aftermath of her argument with Will. And if I'm right, if the killer did escape down the drain pipe, then I think what must have happened is this. The killer knew they couldn't afford to be seen coming down the stairs, so they would have waited until Neville was well clear to leave. They wouldn't want to bump into him in the quad if he was still hanging around, so whoever it was, they probably killed April, then hung around by the window to check Neville was gone. By the time Neville came out of the building,
by that time they would have seen you crossing the quad. November finishes. Her face is pale.
Shit. You mean they saw you coming? They knew you'd be coming up the stairs, so they had no choice but to escape through the window. I think so. The only other possibility is that they heard me coming up the stairs as they were finishing them.
She swallows, the words sticking in her throat.
Finishing the job.
Oh, my God. November closes her eyes.
The beam of a street lamp passes over her face as they drive beneath it, illuminating the shape of her skull with ghostly beauty. In the half-light, she looks so like